Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of the Part 450 workshop. We've had a lot of information provided to you over the past 2 days, so hopefully you're digesting some of that and ready for another day. Yesterday we covered, and the 2 days before, we've covered the safety framework. We've covered on those sides, we've covered the flight safety analysis section and the hazard control strategies. Today, we're focusing in on prescribed hazard controls, starting up with the safety critical hardware and computing systems. Then we'll have a Q&A session and then go into the rest of the prescribed hazard controls. After lunch, we're going to be going into COLA, conjunction assessments, and safety at the end of launch. We'll have another Q&A picture. If you could go to the next chart, please. Then we'll be covering mishap and ground safety. At the end of that break, we are then going to be covering our crosswalk tools for legacy operators. So we're essentially going to be finishing up all of the rest of Part 450 today and then going into our crosswalk mapping tools. Just as a reminder, you can go to the next chart, please. Just as a reminder before we get started, our website, faa.gov/space, has all the charts for today and the crosswalk tools, if you'd like to take a look at those, or crosswalk templates. And we have that running Q&A session going on the chat, or not on the chat, but on the Q&A function on the Zoom webinar. So if you could get your questions into there, even while the speakers are talking, that way our team can get those to us and be ready for that Q&A session. So without further ado, I'd like to open it up to Mr. Mike Witawi, who will be walking us through safety critical systems design, test, and documentation.
Thank you, Michelle. Morning, everybody. My name is Michael Witawi. I'll be giving you an overview of the safety critical design and test documentation today. As you can see, the applicability is on the screen there. The intent behind this rule is to harmonize those requirements that are found in our ELV and RLV regulations. What this section is doing is providing a backstop that catches both those flight safety systems and flight abort systems that are not directed to 450, 145, the highly reliable ones, and those safety critical systems identified as hazardous by the system safety process. The intent of this is to be compatible with other established standards and regs. So we would use the standards and applicable to the type of components. For instance, for flight safety system-like components, RCC standards are the baselines with possible tailoring that may extend beyond that allowed for highly reliable flight safety systems governed by 145. Other components, we've identified SMC S016 as appropriate standard. This standard also incorporates the tailoring concept as well to remove non-applicable or add applicable requirements to come up with a more bespoke solution for our applicants. It also includes guidance for other components that RCC standards don't cover, for instance, pressure vessels. The intent is also to be broad, hopefully to be future-proof, to cover some of the unknown corner cases that come our way from applicants. And it contains the following concepts that are sort of common across all safety critical systems. The first one being design. The intent behind this section is to have a robustness in the safety critical system design against an increase to public safety risk. This is done through graceful degradation concepts like fault tolerance, redundancy, isolation, fail safety, damage tolerance. All of those are applicable to this section. And it will be very case by case which ones are applicable to a particular design. If you could move on to the next slide, please. The next section is qualification testing. These qualification tests could be a vibration or thermal vacuum tests, but could also include static load, pressure vessel tests, EMC as appropriate. The idea behind the qualification testing is to account for variations between design assumptions and reality of material, of manufacturing processes, of the environment. If you can move on, please, to the next slide. The next section is acceptance testing. It's many of the same goals as qualification testing, while also avoiding over-testing of flight hardware, because this is actually done with your flight hardware. It ensures components are free of damage and functional before, during, and after the test. The next section is the life cycle of safety critical systems. This includes not only the flight, but preparation, recovery, possible reuse. So it's in capturing those concepts that may have been not as well defined in previous regulations. It also captures the concept of refinement of those environments as a program matures to provide validation of those maximum probable environment assumptions. If you go on the next section, please. The application requirements are listed here in section F. Much of this information will fall out of the flight hazard assessment performed in previous stages, and much of it is very similar to what we already asked for in our 415, 431 regulations. It is more explicit regarding life cycle management, though. And I believe that's the end of the section for 143. I'll introduce you to Win Ong, who will discuss highly reliable flight safety systems.
Good morning. I'm Win, and I'm here to talk about the 450-145, which defines the requirements for highly reliable flight safety systems. 450-108B1 requires an operator to use a flight safety system that meets the requirements of 450-145 highly reliable flight safety system if the conditional ease at sea is greater than 1 × 10⁻⁻² in uncontrolled areas. 450-108A for each phase of flight for which an operator must implement flight abort to meet the requirement of 450-108B1, then the operator must use a highly reliable flight safety system on the launch or re-entry vehicle component, or payload with the design reliability in accordance with this section. That's what 450-105A general 108A requirement says. Currently, the operators satisfy the design reliability requirements for launches conducted under Part 417 by complying with FAA-approved RCC 319 and RCC 324 tailoring unique to their flight safety system design and implementation. Operators could tailor the RCC 319 and 324 range safety requirements with the FAA and affected launch range, if applicable, as its unique means of compliance for 45145. Next chart, please. The 45145 highly reliable safety system, the reliability requirements, the highly reliable flight safety system must use a means of compliance accepted by the administrator, must have a design reliability of 3 nines at 95% confidence for flight safety system on board the vehicle, and also must have a design reliability of 3 nines at 95% confidence for flight safety systems not on board the launch vehicle. The definition of flight safety system under 401.7 defines that the flight safety system is comprised of the onboard, the launch vehicle systems and support systems, command systems located on the ground. So that includes also the telemetry and tracking subsystems. When it says the highly reliable flight safety system must use using a means of compliance, that means that the examples of the means of compliance for the 45145 are the Range Commanders Council standard RC flight termination systems commonality standards for the FTS components on board the launch vehicle, RCC 324, which defines the GPS positioning, GPS and IMU, inertial measurements, range safety tracking systems commonality standards, and that is used for things like C-band transponders, and GPS and IMU, which are used as inputs to autonomous flight safety system. Also, it means a compliance for 145 includes AFSPCI 9171, launch and range safety program policy and requirements for flight safety system related ground systems, and AFI 13-602, which is intended for flight crew. Next chart, please. This chart talks about the application requirements. The application requirements are very much similar to what we've been asking under the Part 417 requirements, the flight safety system descriptions, the flight safety system diagrams, the flight safety system analysis, tracking and validation procedures, test plans, and monitoring plans. Detailed requirements for the system safety analysis, for example, would be contained in the means of compliance documents. And I think that is all the charts that I have, and would like to go into the Q&A to discuss any questions.
All right. Thank you, Win. And Mike, you can turn on your camera as well. And we will get into the questions and answers for both of those sections. And I don't know if we have any other of our SMEs planning to join us. but we will go ahead into the questions and answers. So our first question is kind of a general question. There was a quote from the IASS conference proceedings in 2019. Oh wait, no, I'm in the wrong section. I'm sorry. What was the regulation reference for pressure vessels? Question.
Yeah, I had referenced SMC S016 as containing information for proof-loading pressure vessels. There are definitely other standards that govern pressure vessels, and the FAA would be open to assessing other standards as appropriate.
Okay. Today, it is standard practice to tailor RCC 319.19 with applicable federal range and the FAA when seeking to qualify and certify a flight safety system. Will a tailored RCC 319 be an accepted means of compliance with 450.145? Or must we comply with the RCC 319 untailored? And again, I think we covered this question a little bit earlier in the workshop, but I think it's worth repeating here.
Okay. A tailored RCC 319 that is tailored with and accepted by the FAA will be an accepted means of compliance unique to the operator's flight safety system implementation. FAA intends to continue the current practice of joint tailoring of RCC 319 with federal launch ranges.
Right. So in our means of compliance table that's on our website, operators are only going to see the untailored version as the official accepted means of compliance. So when they go through that tailoring process, it would be submitted to the FAA as a unique means of compliance. So the tailored version would become the operator's means of compliance once it's accepted. Okay. Acknowledging the preamble discussion on page 422, it appears to read that C-band transponder requirements are included in RCC 324, but we believe this is incorrect. The requirements for C-band transponders appear to have been depreciated from all standards since the Eastern Western Range 127.1. Can you please clarify that preamble discussion?
Yes, it is correct that RCC 324-11 do not contain the specific requirements for the C-band transponders. In fact, I went back and looked at it, and RCC 324.01 do not also contain the specific requirements for C-band. So, but operators are still using, some operators are still using C-band transponders for vehicle tracking. And what we've been doing is we are doing joint tailoring with the ranges on the RCC 324 to add the design, test, and analysis requirements for the unique implementations. When range support tracking sources such as C-band transponders are used, RCC 324-11 must be tailored, and applicability of requirements will be determined by the FAA and the affected range safety organization during the joint tailoring process.
Okay, great. If you have some more questions, please go ahead and submit those. I think just as a quick note, again, on the website, if you go to the part, the FAA.gov/space website, on the left nav bar, there's a streamlining licensing. And if you click that, that's the web page that has all of the materials for today, including the crosswalk, the charts, and all those other items. We are still waiting for some more questions.
And of course, I'm sure if you submit the questions after this session, we'll include and respond to those questions in writing when we do the final response.
Yeah, absolutely. The Zoom webinar gives us a spreadsheet with all the questions, and we'll be responding in writing on our website to the questions. and those will be available. Also, our sessions are being recorded, and they will be put on the website as well by topic. Okay, I think we might have another question coming in. Okay, can you share the FAA's perspective on the practical application of 450-143 versus 450-145? So a safety system that would be a safety critical system under 143 versus the highly reliable flight safety system on 145. Since the use of CEC is new, we don't have much insight into when the two sections would apply. Under what conditions does the FAA expect that 450-143 would apply? And that goes to either of you.
I could start with that, and maybe when you can continue. We are putting together some advisory circulars to help clarify some of the, I guess, applicabilities and details of these two regulations. I think it certainly will continue to be a ongoing case-by-case basis because it does capture quite a broad range of components and situations, but we're hoping that those set some baselines for applicants, and things will clarify as time goes on.
Okay, like Mike said, we are working on the advisory circular to address 450-143. And, if you remember, 450-103 contains safety critical components. Safety critical components that are defined using the flight hazard system safety analysis process that defines the components that are safety critical, and also the flight safety system components for vehicles with conditional EASA-C less than 1 times 10 to the power minus 2. The 108B2, I believe, requires that flight safety system components that where the conditional EASA-C is between 1 times 10 to the power minus 2 and 1 times 10 to the power minus 3 meet the requirements of 450-143. And so there's still flight safety systems. So we are writing this this advisory circular to encompass this wide range of components, because safety critical components that are non-flight safety system components could be things like pressure vessels, or could be aileron or things like that. So that is going to be coming out, I think, Q1 of 2021.
Yeah, so I think just to kind of summarize, if you go into 450-108 and look under section B, that's the flight safety system, you'll see that it lays out B1 is the condition that you would have to use 450-145, which is the highly reliable, and that's if if any reasonably foreseeable failure mode in a significant period of flight is greater than 10 to the minus 2 CEC in an uncontrolled area. And then 450-108B2 is laid out the requirements that you have to use 450-143 if that consequence of any reasonably foreseeable failure mode in any significant period of flight is between 10 to the minus 2 and 10 to the minus 3. Also, if you look back at the charts from day one, both in the CEC section and in the overview section, there's that chart that goes over, is an FSS required, what reliability of that FSS would be required, and then when is FSS activation required. And it's a good chart. It packs a lot in from the different regs to kind of summarize it into one chart. Do we have any other questions coming in? And that chart, if you are opening up the charts from day one, it's chart 27. But I don't think we have any other questions coming in right now. Let's see, it's 10:25, and we have some time left. I know there's probably a lot of questions about flight safety systems and safety critical systems. We'll just give it another minute or two, and then we'll go to our break. Or no, we're probably going to do a quick break because we want to start each of the top sessions at the same time as on the agenda in case people are tuning in for a specific section. So please type your questions and we will be getting to those. All right, I don't see anything coming in. So why don't we go ahead and go to a break, and we will break until 10:40 a.m. And we'll be back with other prescribed hazard controls, and that will go through all the way to our lunch break. All right, we'll see you all back here at 10:40. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now going to venture into the other prescribed hazard controls, and I would like to introduce Mr. Charles Hewitt.
Hi, good morning. I'll be going over the other prescribed hazard controls, starting with agreements. So an operator has to establish written agreements with the entity that provides a service or property that meets the requirement of this part, including any launch and reentry site use agreement, agreements for notices to mariners, agreements for notices to airmen, and mishap emergency response providers. The regulation identifies various entities for which agreements may be required, including the Federal Launch Range Operator, a licensed launch or reentry site operator, any party that provides access to or use of property and services required to support a safe launch or reentry, and also the Coast Guard and the FAA. Next slide. Roles and responsibilities. The agreements required in this section must clearly delineate the roles and responsibilities of each party to support the safe launch or reentry. The effective date. The agreements required in the section must be in effect before the license can be used, unless it's otherwise agreed to by the administrator. And this is an important provision that allows flexibility. Also, the application requirements is that the applicant has to describe each agreement and provide a copy of the agreement, but only if the FAA requests it. The FAA requires an operator to enter into multiple agreements if the operator, previous slide, please. Let's see, we should be on slide 17. Yeah, so the FAA requires the operator to enter into multiple agreements if the operator works with multiple entities. Also, the operator will continue to be required to enter into agreements with the appropriate entities for launches and reentries that cross airspace or impact water not under the U.S. jurisdiction. Next slide. Section 451.49 deals with safety critical personnel qualifications. An operator must ensure safety critical personnel are trained, qualified, and capable of performing their safety critical tasks, and that their training is current. For the application requirements, the applicant has to identify safety critical tasks that require qualified personnel, and they have to provide internal training and currency requirements, completion standards, or any other means of demonstrating compliance with the requirements. They also have to describe the process for tracking the training currency. Applicant is required to identify in the application all the safety critical tasks and internal requirements or standards for personnel to meet prior to performing the identified tasks. Example of means of compliance for 45149 can be found in the current regulations under 415.113, which deals with launch personnel certification program, and in 417.311, which deals with flight safety crew roles and qualifications. Next slide. 450.151 are the requirements for work shift and rest requirements. For any launch or reentry, an operator has to document and implement rest requirements that ensure safety critical personnel are physically and mentally capable of performing all assigned tasks. This is a performance-based requirement, and it allows the operators to take into account other factors that affect crew rest and to adopt any mitigations and procedures that are unique to that operation. An example of means of compliance, we actually have two different means of compliance for this section. The first one is in Air Force Space Manual under and also in our current part 431. Next slide. For work shift and deviation approval process, operator rest requirements must address the following: the duration of each work shift and the process for extending the shift, including the maximum allowable length of any extension, the number of consecutive work shift days allowed before rest is required, and the minimum rest required period between each work shift, including the period of rest required immediately before the flight countdown, and after the maximum number of work shift days allowed. And also has to have an approval process for any deviation from the rest requirements. For the application requirements, the applicant has to submit the rest rules that demonstrate compliance with these rules. Section 451.51b1 requires an operator's rest rules to include the duration of each work shift and the process for extending this shift, including the maximum allowable length of any extension. 451.51b3 requires operators' rest rules to include the minimum rest period required between each work shift. Next slide. And section 451.53 deals with radio frequency management. For any radio frequency used, the operator has to ensure the radio frequency interference does not adversely affect performance of any flight safety system or safety critical system. And they have to coordinate use of radio frequencies with any site operator and any local or federal authority. For application requirements, the applicant must submit procedures or other means to demonstrate compliance with the radio frequency requirement. Operators are required to ensure that radio frequency does not adversely affect the performance of the flight safety system or any safety critical systems, and to coordinate the use of radio frequencies with any site operator or local or federal authority. And this mostly will be entities like the FCC. An example of a means of compliance can be found in the current section 417.111F, which is Frequency Management Plan. Next slide. Readiness. There are several requirements that are currently in 417 that got combined into this performance-based requirement under 450.155. The operator has to document and implement procedures to assess readiness to proceed with the flight of a launch or reentry vehicle. These procedures must address at a minimum readiness of the vehicle and launch, reentry, or landing site, including any contingency or abort locations, readiness of safety critical personnel, systems, software, procedures, equipment, property, and services, and the readiness to implement the mishap plan required by Section 45173. Application requirements are that the applicant has to demonstrate compliance with the requirements of paragraph A through procedures that may include red lines and meetings that are closed in flight and time to the flight, and describe the criteria for establishing readiness to proceed with the flight of a launch or reentry vehicle so that the public safety is maintained. In Section 45155B2, the phrase "so that the public safety is maintained" emphasizes developing criteria to determine readiness to proceed with launch or reentry, and clarifies that the operator need only identify those criteria that affect public safety. Example of a means of compliance for this section is can be found in current 417.117, which is reviews. Next chart. Communications. Section 45157 contains the requirements for communications, and it states that an operator must implement communication procedures during the countdown and flight of a launch or reentry vehicle that define the authority of personnel by individual or position title to issue hold, resume, go, no go, and abort commands. And this is a change from current requirements where we require that we have names of individuals, which has caused some problems where when those individuals change. So we have now allowed to also identify those people by position. And then you also have to assign communication networks so that personnel identified in paragraph A1 of this section have direct access to real-time safety critical information required to make those decisions. And they have to implement protocols for use in defined radio telephone communications terminology, just as it is under the current regulations. An operator must ensure the currency of the communication procedures and that all personnel are working with the approved version of the communications procedures. And the operator must record all safety critical communications network channels that are used for voice, video, or data transmissions to support safety critical systems during each countdown. We will verify compliance with 45157 during inspections. The inspections will be consistent with the current practice where FAA inspectors often review the operator's final communication procedures, because we know that a lot of the times those are not well developed during the application phase and are usually done closer to launch. Given that the operators do not need to demonstrate compliance with 45157 at the application stage, operators may need to may be required to revise their communication procedures to resolve issues identified during the compliance monitoring. An example of a means of compliance for this section is section 417.111K, which is the communications plan. Next chart. Pre-flight procedures. Section 459.159 deals with pre-flight procedures. An operator must implement pre-flight procedures that verify that each flight commit criterion is satisfied before the flight is initiated, and ensure the operator can return the vehicle to a safe state after a countdown or abort or a delay. The operator must ensure the currency of the pre-flight procedures and that all personnel are working with the approved version of the procedures. An example of a means of compliance for this can be found in section 417.121, safety critical pre-flight operations. We are adopting a performance-based requirement in which the operator needs to implement pre-flight procedures that would verify all flight commit criteria are satisfied before the flight, and that ensures the operator is capable of returning the vehicle to a safe state. Flight commit criteria involve much more than the launch sequence of events, including interdependent conditions such as meteorological conditions, lightning protection equipment measurements, and status of safety system components. Therefore, the requirements in section 450.159 cannot be satisfied by merely having operators identify the launch sequence of events. The FAA notes that the requirements for the flight commit criteria itself are clearly provided in 450.165B. Next chart. All right, now I will turn it over to Mr. Gunther Smiley to talk about control of hazard areas.
Yes, thank you. So part 450.161, control of hazard areas. The operator must publicize, survey, control, or evacuate each flight hazard area identified in accordance with Part 450.133 prior to initiating flight of a launch vehicle or the reentry of a reentry vehicle to the extent necessary to ensure compliance with Part 450.101. And the launch or reentry operator must perform surveillance sufficient to verify or update the assumptions, input data, and results of the flight safety analysis. An example of means of compliance for Part 450.161 can be found in AC 450.161-1, Surveillance and Publication of Hazard Areas, which is planned to be issued in Q2 of 2021. Note that the requirements in 450.161 are consistent with the recommendations made by the National Academy of Sciences National Research Council. An applicant could apply conservative estimates of the ship traffic and vulnerability to demonstrate acceptable public risks. However, the operators still have the option to use the current approach in Part 417, where surveillance is required to ensure no ship is exposed to more than 1 × 10⁻⁵ probability of impact, because that would be sufficient to ensure compliance with Part 450.101. Next slide, please. So publication, an operator must publicize warnings for each flight hazard area except for regions of land, sea, or air under the control of the vehicle operator, site operator, or other controlling authority with which the operator has an agreement. If the operator relies on another entity to publicize these warnings, it must, 1, determine whether the warnings have been issued, and 2, notify the FAA if the warnings have not been issued, so that the FAA can determine if the launch or reentry can be conducted in a manner that sufficiently protects the public. This notification must provide sufficient information to enable FAA to issue warnings to U.S. aircraft. Part 450.161C changed the previous requirement to verify the warnings have been issued to determine whether the warnings have been issued, because an operator cannot verify the warnings have been issued if the Foreign Air Navigation Service Provider, ANSP, fails to publicize the warnings, despite agreeing to do so. Another party may determine whether the warnings have been issued pursuant to the agreements the operator has with them. In cases in which a foreign ANSP does not issue the warnings in a timely manner, the operator must notify the FAA in accordance with a means of compliance accepted by the FAA. The means of compliance will describe information that the operator should communicate to the FAA to 1, show due diligence in the fulfillment of their requirements in accordance with agreements in place, and 2, enable FAA to issue warnings to U.S. aircraft. Next slide, please. All right, Part 45161D, application requirements. An applicant must submit, 1, a description of how the applicant will provide for day-of-flight surveillance and control of flight hazard areas, if necessary, to ensure that the presence of any member of the public in or near a flight hazard area is consistent with flight commit criteria developed for each launch or reentry as required by Part 450.161B. 2, describe a description of how the applicant will provide for any publication of flight hazard areas necessary to meet the requirements of this section. And 3, a description of how the applicant will establish flight commit criteria based on the results of its toxic release hazard analysis, toxic containment, or toxic risk assessment for any necessary evacuation of the public from any toxic hazard area. Note that the nature of any surveillance in terms of extent and frequency necessary to ensure conditions consistent with flight commit criteria is naturally linked to the level of control an operator can exercise to limit access to a flight hazard area. Part 450.161D2 is necessary for the FAA to evaluate compliance with the requirements of Part 451.61C, including verifying whether the warnings have been issued. Next slide, please. Right, now I would like to introduce Carl Garman, who will continue on with Part 451.61, lightning hazard mitigation.
Greetings, Gunther. Thank you. Carl Garman. This is 450.163, lightning hazard mitigation. So there's two parts to this, Part A and Part B. So the first part is the requirements, and the second part is the application requirements. I'll focus on A, and particularly A1. So an operator must establish flight commit criteria that mitigate the potential for a launch or reentry vehicle intercepting or initiating a direct lightning strike or encountering a nearby discharge using a means of compliance accepted by the administrator. Let me tackle that one first. So that involves not only natural lightning, but also what's commonly referred to as triggered lightning, where a launch vehicle can create its own lightning by traversing an ionized exhaust plume through an electrical potential. To comply with that, right now, we use the current rule, 417 Appendix G. In this case, for the Part 450 rule, the operator must establish their own flight commit criteria. Now notice that this is one of the few topics that the applicant must submit, which already must have been accepted by the FAA as a means of compliance before an application will be accepted. So this is a tie-in to Part 430.35. And the reason is because these have to be pretty well nailed down. The physics are very, very complex, and are still being better understood progressively, the cloud physics of it. The second one, A2, use a vehicle designed to protect safety critical systems in the event of a direct lightning strike or nearby discharge. So this would really be designing the vehicle to be not affected by lightning if there was a direct lightning strike or a nearby discharge. Now I'll first talk about a standard, an acceptable means of compliance for A1. One example is NASA Standard 4010, which is the standard for lightning launch commit criteria for spaceflight. That is really the standard that's used to mitigate the potential for launch or reentry vehicle intercepting or initiating direct lightning strike or nearby discharge. For A2, on the other hand, I'll note that currently I am not aware, and no one I've talked to in the community is aware of any standard for launch or reentry vehicles that will ensure that they are designed to protect safety critical systems in the event of a direct lightning strike or nearby discharge. Now, the new rule is performance-based. It is flexible. Even though there is not a current design standard to as a means of compliance to A2, that does not mean that one could or could not be developed into the future. So there is a means of compliance for A1. That's NASA standard 4010. For A2, that's something that the field may traverse into. Now notice that 450.163 does not mandate a design change. It does not mandate that an operator has to modify their vehicle in order to protect against a lightning. That is possible to comply with A2. But realize the operator may establish flight commit criteria and comply with 163 through the means of A1. And last bit, using NASA Standard 4010 as example, an operator could use NASA Standard 4010 and tailor it in a particular way. But remember, that tailoring would then be considered a unique means of compliance and would have to be accepted by the FAA prior to acceptance of an application per 450.163. So that concludes the piece about lightning, and of course the application requirements are in B. An applicant elected can comply with paragraph A1 of the section must submit flight commit criteria that mitigate potential for launch or reentry vehicle intercepting or initiating a nearby a direct lightning strike, or encountering a nearby lightning discharge. And also, if an applicant chooses to comply through A2, then they would have to submit documentation providing evidence that the vehicle is designed to protect safety critical systems in that event. So think of it as the objective evidence standard. They need to supply evidence that the vehicle is designed to protect those systems, not simply make that claim. That concludes the piece on lightning hazard mitigation 450.163. I'd like to hand it over now to Michelle Murray. Michelle.
Hi, thanks, Carl. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to go over the flight commit criteria. And in general, this is one of those prescribed hazard controls that have been known, tried and true. So for every launch, you must establish and observe flight commit criteria. And these are things that you have to make sure are meeting the criteria before you're allowed to initiate the flight. First is the surveillance of land, air, and sea in accordance with 450.161. Monitoring the weather conditions, meteorological conditions to be consistent with the safety analysis required by this part. So a lot of times when you're doing your flight safety analysis and other analysis, you're assuming certain weather conditions. So you need to make sure that those are within those analyses. And if necessary, mitigate the potential for launch and reentry vehicles intercepting a direct lightning strike, as Carl just mentioned. Also, implementation of your launch window closures in accordance with your collision avoidance. Next chart. Also, you need to be confirming that your safety critical systems are ready for flight. Confirmation from the FAA that the risk to critical assets has been satisfied. And this is something where we are going to be working with the operators to ensure that that is taking place. And we'll be working to streamline that process to get you that information. We do believe that we will have that information well before the actual day of flight. Another flight commit criteria is for any reentry vehicle, except a suborbital one, that monitoring by the operator or an onboard system that the status of safety critical systems are healthy before enabling reentry. This ensures that the vehicle can safely reenter. And then lastly, for the last type of flight commit criteria is for basically any other hazard control or that's been derived through any of the safety analyses. And of course, under application requirements, we require that applicants submit a list of all their flight commit criteria. Next chart. Tracking. We do have tracking requirements under Part 450. And during the flight of a launch or reentry vehicle, an operator must measure and record in real time the position and velocity of the vehicle. The system used must provide data on the expected impact location of all stages and components, and to obtain vehicle performance data for comparison to the pre-flight predictions. Now, what the use of this is generally necessary to ensure a proper response for emergencies. Also, it can facilitate flight abort and obtain the vehicle performance data, so you're comparing it to those pre-flight predictions, and it facilitates a safe and efficient integration into the NAS. When we say real time, we don't mean zero lag time. Tracking is generally sufficient to meet the requirements of 167 if you can predict the expected impact location and obtain the performance data to be able to compare it with the pre-flight prediction. And also, the requirement is not to track all the pieces, parts, stages down to impact. It's really enough to allow a prediction of the impact locations. Application requirements. An applicant must identify and describe any methods or systems used to meet this tracking requirement. There is going to be an AC 450-167 tracking that is planned for issuance in the third quarter of 2021. An example of compliance is also 417, and those are listed there, as well as some RCC documents. Next chart. Unique policies, requirements, and practices. So essentially, we have this in a lot of our rules where if there is some unique hazard that is not covered by any of the methodologies that we have in Part 450, we require that operators take a look at their hazards and see if there's things that are not addressed by any of the hazard control strategies or the analyses. And if there is a unique hazard, then we require that you identify those, and that if we pose we may have an additional requirement based on those, and then you would also have to submit to us demonstration that you've complied with any of these unique safety policies or requirements imposed by the FAA. Now, we think that this is going to be very, very, very rarely used. I don't think we have any cases in mind right now where we would use it, because all of the operators we're working with right now, 450 should cover adequately. But in the event that there's some new innovation, that's when this would come into play. Next chart. I believe we're going to be going to the Q&A section next. And so this will cover all the prescribed hazard controls. So if Charles and Gunther and Carl and any of the backup speakers wanted to join for this Q&A session, we'll go ahead and get started. Okay, so does the FAA have any examples of a unique policy requirement or practice that they might need and the conditions under which it might be imposed? So I think we kind of I just talked about that a little bit. We don't really have any examples. Potentially there could be some really very, very unique, new, innovative architectures that we really haven't seen yet that could potentially fall under there. I think in the past we've said nuclear on board, but now we have that built into Part 450. So really, there's not a lot of examples. I think we were brainstorming a little bit trying to think of an example, and the only one that came to mind was maybe a rail gun launch or something that we really haven't licensed before. But even that, right now, sorry, no good examples, but that's a good thing. That means that all the operational concepts we're talking about today fit within 450. Okay, for launches from Federal Range, the range has safety critical personnel qualifications and crew rest requirements that are analogous to 450, 149, and 151. For such launches, can compliance with 450, 149, and 151 be waived? Same question for RF management communications. And is Phil on for that?
Phil's on.
Oh, and if you had anything to add on the unique, I didn't see you on there.
I think rail guns, of course, a space elevator, which I think is a ways off. Those kinds of things are the most likely. Not that something more standard could could potentially present something that needs an issue that needs a special requirement. But as Michelle said, our experience has been that that has not happened.
Okay,
So-
and then do you put
So
any?
the answer to your question about compliance, that we realize that there are other means of compliance that can be used to meet our requirements. And as we become aware of them, we certainly will add them to our compliance list. And I think we've said that we actually encourage operators to suggest compliances, that means of compliance that can be added to the list, and encourage different groups to develop appropriate standards that can become means of compliance.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point, and we reiterated it earlier in the days. But 450.35, our means of compliance regulation, allows for anyone and operators to submit to us means of compliance. So if there's a government standard out there that you think meets the intent of our regulation, you can submit that to us for an evaluation to be an accepted means of compliance. And any that we approve that are public, we will add to that table so that all operators are aware of it. If a company wanted to submit those to us and it was proprietary, we of course would not publish that unless the company wanted us to. But that kind of leads into that question. Okay, does surveillance apply in broad open ocean? And if so, how is that reasonably accomplished? Phil?
Yes. There's only a need to survey to the extent that individual and collective risk necessary to meet individual and collective risk requirements. Usually for broad ocean, those requirements are going to be met. And therefore, there will be no need to actually survey the area in real time. There are various databases available, and some of them I think are listed in Appendix G to Part 417, that allow one to determine ship traffic, for instance, and allow an applicant or a licensee to make the determination as to whether the risk requirement is met or not. If indeed surveillance is required for some area that may have heavy traffic, for instance, heavy ship traffic, then there are things like AIS, the ship identification system. There's always possibility of using satellite data, but there are numerous data sources available on ship traffic that can aid the applicant or licensee.
Thanks, Phil. Carl, we have a lightning question. Do weather-based flight rules offer an acceptable means of compliance to the lightning hazard mitigation requirements?
Weather-based flight rules. I'm not sure what the questioner is referring to. Weather-based?
I think there's potentially an example of acceptable weather-based flight rules that we use in Appendix G of 417.
So let me take means of compliance as an example and try to answer the question as I understand where it's going. Rather than get into a discussion about 417 Appendix G, which is the current and soon-to-be legacy rule, let me focus on try to answer that question through a means of compliance for 450. For NASA Standard 4010, that's NASA STD 4010 for those on the line. There are a couple of documents that are available from NASA that I think might be able to shed some light on the questioner's question, and I'd refer the question to those. One of those documents is called the Rationales for the Lightning Launch Commit Criteria. This was the most recent print version from 2010. It was revised and released by internet only, and the technical report name for that is NASA/TP-2016-219439. Also, there's another document, a history of the Lightning launch commit criteria and the Lightning Advisory Panel for America's Space Program. And that was a special document that, like the first I mentioned, that's also available on the NASA Technical Reports server, and that's NASA/SP, Sierra Papa, 2010-216283. Sometimes NASA, for example, from my colleagues talking to them over on that agency side of the house, get questions over what is the reason behind one or another rule, as they call it, in their Lightning commit criteria, NASA Standard 4010, and they put together these rationale documents, the history document and the core rationale document, to explain item by item what the rationale was, with references to peer-reviewed publications in the scientific literature for each one of those. So I think that's probably my best bet to answer what I believe to be the spirit of the questioner's query, is to refer them to those documents, which give background information, context, and insight to one of to really the means of compliance at this time for 450.163 and specifically 450.163A1.
Okay, great. We have another question asking if there's examples of launch systems that do not require flight safety systems. And Phil, I think we're looking at maybe kind of the sounding rockets or remote locations. Do you want to take that question?
Without getting specific, we believe there are our analysis when we looked at this relative to the development of Part 450 and the concept of C sub C. We believe that, as Michelle says, for small launch vehicles launched from remote locations, essentially over ocean, that often a flight termination, there would be instances where a flight safety system would not be required. And there would certainly be instances where a less than the traditional highly reliable flight system would be required. Which situations those are, we're not really prepared to address except on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we've studied this for a bit, and we see that there are cases where it would be no flight safety system required. Also, that a highly reliable would be required, and then one's flight safety systems that could meet the requirements of 450-143. And as Phil mentioned, I think that we would be working with companies on a case-by-case basis to evaluate their particular operations. Okay, we're looking for some more questions coming in. And if we don't have any more questions, we'll be breaking for lunch and coming back at noon. So we'll just give it another couple minutes. And again, we wish we were all in a room and we could just have a hand raised and we send the microphone over to you. But we are in this virtual environment where it takes a little longer. So that just means I'll have to keep talking.
And Michelle, I imagine this virtual environment makes sidebar conversations during breaks a little problematic as well.
Yeah, no coffee breaks where we can chat. That's right. But we are going to be talking about this a little bit later with the crosswalk tools, but we are going to invite folks if they, if some of our legacy operators or companies in pre-application consultation want to have individual meetings to discuss Part 450 and what it might mean to them. We are absolutely happy to set those. Phil, did you have something?
I could add that that DOT actually has a on their website a database called C-Vision, I think, that does have SHEP traffic information that is probably a useful source for such information.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't see any other questions. Let me just take another last look to see if there's anything coming in. Let's see. We'll just let our team get those to us. Okay, we've got one more question coming in. A follow-up on the weather-based flight rules question, Carl. This is a clarification. He was asking if an operator has a set of weather commit criteria, for example, don't operate in certain types of clouds. Does that meet the intent of the reg?
I'm looking at it in the Q&A thing here. If an operator has a set of weather commit criteria, like don't operate in certain types of clouds, does that meet the intent of the reg? The intent of the reg is to mitigate the probability, really, of intercepting, or you'd say triggering, a direct lightning strike. So operating in certain types of clouds would really, or not, would really have to link to what kind of situation are you trying to mitigate against the risk of with regards to lightning. The way that NASA Standard 4010, for instance, was designed, developed, and is still structured, was to where the different, and they call them rules, to use NASA's language. Okay, so you're going to hear the term the cloud rule, Anvil cloud rule, etc. They use that internal term rules, but those are not the same as CFRs. So those different rules in the NASA Standard 4010, for instance, they were each developed to mitigate against one or another types of scenario and to provide a certain level of coverage. So if one were to be excluded, one would be opening themselves to a measure of risk. As I say, I'll refer to the questioner to the literal text of the rule, and then also to the means of compliance that they intend on using. Knowing that the only means of compliance to which I'm aware of, and that anyone I've talked to in the field that I'm aware of that's in common practice is NASA Standard 4010. So I'd refer the questioner to the NASA Standard 4010 and to also those two other documents that I referred to gain some particular insight on that. Because even if you don't want to operate in a certain type of meteorology, okay, well, what was the rationale for not operating in that particular kind of meteorology? And by X out, does that open you up to another kind of
Okay, Carl, we lost your audio, I think. But I think, Christopher, one of the things that we have is, I think, not launching into a certain type of cloud is absolutely, yes, the type of flight rule that is a flight commit criteria. Now, Carl's going into much more of the analysis and how you get to those types of flight rules, but it is an example of one. Are you back, Carl? We lost your audio there for a minute.
I'm sorry, did I drop out for a moment?
You did, but I think we're good.
Okay. So in brief, I would just refer the questioner back to the literal text of NASA Standard 4010 and to the literal text of the rule 163, and then also to understand the rationales behind the different rules inside of a means of compliance. To summarize it.
Yeah, and what I said while we were off audio is that, launching into a certain type of cloud and having a rule against that is a type of flight commit criteria. And you're talking about kind of the analysis that goes behind how you develop those flight commit criteria. But when we go ahead.
I'm sorry.
So I think
yeah, but
So we have another follow-up question on range requirements for crew rest. So Charles, does the use of an alternative means of compliance mean that we can demonstrate that we are satisfying the range requirement? Or does it mean that the operator would still have to submit the compliance documents to both the range and the FAA for approval?
Depends on where the operator is launching from. If they are launching from a federal launch range, they have to comply with the federal launch range requirements. And if those include crew rest rules, they have to comply with those regardless of ours. But they can submit those requirements as their means of compliance, which we could accept. And then they would only have to comply with the range requirements and therefore meet our requirements through that way. Now, if they wanted to do something different, they would have to get it approved from us and also the range, because the range has their own requirements.
So I would point folks back to our existing means of compliance table, because if you look at what are the rest requirements, I'm pulling it up right here. I believe range requirements are already accepted means of compliance.
Yes, their Air Force manual requirements are an acceptable means of compliance, as is Part 431 requirements.
Yeah, so if you look at, you're downloading the means of compliance from again, it's faa.gov/space, and then click on the streamlining licensing. And then in the paragraphs, it has a means of compliance. It's a hot link. And on page 4 of that PDF of our means of compliance table, it does show the 450, 151 work shift and crew and rest requirements, 91.710 volume 6, and it has the rest requirements there. And then legacy regulations 431, 43C4. So we have 2 accepted means of compliance, and the range requirements are one of them, the Air Force ones. All right, well, we are at the end of our Q&A session, right on time, 11:30. We're going to go ahead and break from 11:30 to 12, and we will see everyone back at noon. All right, thanks, everyone. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started again. If we could welcome back. We are going to next be talking about COLA and safety at end of launch. And I would like to introduce to you Mr. Steph Earl. Steph, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So I am Steph Earl, and I'll take us through the launch and reentry collision analysis requirements that were put into 450-169. So the update to 169 for launch collision avoidance really just brings the FAA's requirements much closer to what the existing requirements are at the federal ranges. For example, the federal ranges have inhabitable objects, active payload requirements, and debris requirements. And so we have followed almost all of those. And so I'll take us through that today. So the criteria for an orbital collision avoidance analysis requirements are here. There are 3 types, as I mentioned already, of collision avoidance requirements we have. We have inhabitable objects, we have active payloads, and this is under 2. It says that these are inhabitable. It's not debris. So hang on a second here. And then for all known debris that is larger than 0.1 meter. So I'm going to walk us through all of these requirements in a little greater detail on the next slide. When you look at the space catalog that is produced by the 18th Space Control Squadron, the sizes of objects are provided in only a bin, small, medium, and large, and the radar cross sections are there. And so this is something that we looked at and will play a part in this regulation as well. Can we go to the next slide? And I'll explain these on the next slide, next 2 slides. So the requirements for screening distances were provided in the Federal Register. This is our justification table for those areas. A separation distance requirements were 200 kilometers for inhabitable objects, 25 kilometers for active satellites, and then for debris, it's 2.5 kilometers. Those are the same at the federal range. and that was for trackable debris. We looked at these across our requirements for regulation: public health and safety, safety of property, and then the U.S. National Security International. And we added avoid debris generation. So we looked at the requirements to screen against these, against the requirements to develop regulations. And the requirements for inhabitable and active clearly fall. For trackable debris, we looked at these as those type of objects or those types of conjunctions that would create significant debris, would fall under our U.S. national security policy and international obligations. And so that's why this chart is here. And then the graphic just simply shows the various distances between objects. And just the note that the debris category is really a hodgepodge of objects, from small pieces of debris to defunct satellites, payloads, as well as rocket bodies, all kind of fall in that other category for debris. So could we go to the next slide? So in addition to the requirements that were identified for standoff distances, we have added in our regulation requirements that allow the use of probability of collision when your covariance is sufficient and realistic. And those are the things. So if you have realistic and sufficient covariance, then you can use the probability of collision. Probability of collision is the most permissive to the launch operator. It allows the most of the window to be open, and it only identifies those extremely high risk, I won't say extremely, those high risk events. And for active and debris, as the slide shows, it's 10 to the minus 5. And for inhabitable, the requirement is 10 to the minus 6. Next slide. So some of the nuances that have changed in our regulation are the screening timeframes and some of the areas around delivery. So the screening for all collision avoidance is 150 kilometers and up. And the charts on the left show that the density of on-orbit objects is extremely low, below 200 kilometers. And then the orbital lifetime, once you drop to about 150 kilometers, is very limited. So there really isn't a necessary requirement for the suborbital. We really are just looking at that point that the vehicle or the objects are above 150 kilometers. And the time frame that we're looking at is a minimum of 3 hours from liftoff for all objects. So from liftoff, 3 hours. And the reason 3 hours is the current standard is the error involved in propagating all of the trajectories as well as the on-orbit objects. After 3 hours, you start propagating your error to be more and more and more, and then your confidence level in the collision avoidance can get smaller and smaller and smaller. And it is a minimum of 3 hours. If you had a mission that required greater fidelity, you could provide longer than that if you had an extremely important payload. And so this is a good point to point out that our requirements are the minimum requirements for safety. If a launch operator requires greater requirements for mission assurance, they can certainly implement and request those. But this is just for safety purposes. For a reentry, we start off with a descent burn all the way to 150 kilometers. That's what should be screened. And the same thing for a disposal. We did note at this time in the regulation that rendezvous, a planned rendezvous that is coordinated, is not considered a violation. We pretty much have been operating that way for a very long time, but this time we just actually codified it in the regulation. And the last one there, Delta, launch collision avoidance is not required. So if your launch does not actually exceed, or any components of it do not exceed 150 kilometers, then no launch collision avoidance is necessary. Next slide. All right, so there's a lot of words here to really explain basically two things. So you must obtain your launch collision avoidance from a federal range or an entity identified by the FAA. And this is the input part. You have to provide an input request and trajectories. And on that input form, that's the Form 22 currently with the 18 Space Control Squadron, and you have to provide the matching trajectories for those. So that's the input part. The output is what you get out of that, and that you have to use for your commit criteria that Michelle mentioned in the last block. And so the requirements that are in the regulation, you should put those same values, or at least those values, into your request on the Form 22. And so when we talk about ellipsoidal, spherical, and probability of collision, again, the most conservative is spherical, and then ellipsoidal is next, and then your probability of collision is your most permissive. But those are the requirements that you need to put into the Form 22, and then matching trajectories. Can we go to the next slide? So this is a lot of words that really show you basically the cycle of how launch collision avoidance would work. The timing is what it's called, the timing of your information requirement. So F1 states that if you're a recurring operator, you have launched before, all of the information required to do collision avoidance is required at least 7 days before your first attempt. And this is the time frame that you must provide your trajectories and at least your Form 22. If you have never launched before, you've never coordinated with the 18th Space Control Squadron, don't have an account, those operators are required to turn their inputs in 15 days in advance. And this is simply because almost all of our first time operators, we require some time to make sure that the format provided will work, to make sure that if there are any issues, that we can get those done so that this doesn't become an issue for launch. But once you have a successful process to develop and turn in your trajectories and receive your products, then you only require 7 days. This is one of those areas where we could work an alternative time frame if necessary. An operator must obtain its collision avoidance 3 hours before the beginning of the window. And so in the graphic, it shows you get your results T-3 before launch. The 3 hours allows us the greatest amount of time to, between your request and when we actually you actually get the product back. The closer to launch time that the product comes back, the more realistic your product will be with regards to, or accurate with regards to on-orbit objects. And 3 hours allows for a time frame where if there is a problem, that the analysis could be repeated again. And so 3 hours is the time frame, the minimum time frame between when you turned it in and then your launch that you will get it. We'll say you scrub. The next requirement is a 12-hour turn that you must turn in your products and request a new launch, at least 12 hours prior to launch. And then you get into a cycle, as the graphic shows, where 3 hours before launch, you get your results, you launch or scrub, you have to request 12 hours, you get your results 3 hours before, you launch or scrub, and that cycle continues until your successful launch. Next slide. Safety and end of launch. Actually, this isn't a collision avoidance part. Now, this is a separate section, 171, safety and end of launch. And this is really just porting forward the orbital debris mitigation requirements that were in the older regulation 417 and the other regulations. And so pushing this forward into our new regulation, there are 3 requirements that were in the older regulation that we push forward. The first is no unplanned physical contact between the vehicle and the payload you're deploying. That is pretty much common sense, and we've had that requirement for a number of years. And the second 2 are debris generation resulting from conversion of any sources, explosion, and then the third one is a requirement to safe your vehicle for during the time frame when you're not operating. Eventually, the vehicle basically breaks up at that point. And so those 3 requirements are not new requirements. These are ported forward from the last requirements. But I will state that also that the FAA currently has a rulemaking underway, and so the details for orbital debris mitigation will be updated in the following orbital debris mitigation regulation. That's most people are familiar that this is an ongoing area of research, and the FAA participated in the Orbital Debris Mitigation Standard Practices Update, and we have a regulation that we're working on in the process. I think that's about all I have for the slides, but I look forward to answering the questions now.
Thanks, Steph. And I think Jen Bailey may be joining us for the Q&A.
Great.
So we have a couple questions here.
All right.
For Part 450.169, is there an exception that if launching an object is intended to rendezvous and dock with another object that's already in orbit before the launch, since this would obviously require the former to approach within the 25 kilometers of the latter? Or must an orbit be achieved and then this launch ended before approaching within 25 kilometers to dock?
No. So this one it's in the regulation under rendezvous. So if you have a launch that will rendezvous, then as long as that is coordinated with the operator, then it is not required. And this would be similar to launching to the space station. If you already have a launch coordinated approach to the space station, and the same procedure would apply for rendezvousing with another active payload.
Okay. Does the FAA have a list of entities that are currently approved for the collision avoidance analysis?
So no, there currently are no other entities approved other than the 18th Space Control Squadron. We did include this possibility of another entity, but right now the 18th Space Control Squadron has the most accurate and complete catalog. They also have the most fully understood analysis process, and it's free. They're the only operator at this time the only entity that is approved.
Yeah, and I think this is just another one of those ways that Part 450 was designed to grow with the industry and be able to, accommodate new innovations and things like that.
That's correct.
Okay, who is responsible for validating an operator's uncertainty data? What are the requirements on uncertainty data accuracy before an operator is permitted to use that probability-based screening criteria?
All right, so this is an excellent question. This is the hardest question so far. Ideally, operators should develop a repeatable process for their own uncertainty data to make sure that it works. And if they provided that to us, that would be great as part of their application. But the FAA will continue at this time to review all the submissions we have for both realism and appropriateness. The FAA is in the process, we're publishing the advisory circular to support the development improvement of this launch collision area, and we will provide better guidance about what is or isn't appropriate in this area. But the preamble does state that covariance has to be sufficient and realistic. And so, we will have a discussion about that. The advisory circular will provide more detail, but just, roughly, we've had a number of instances where we've worked with launch operators when we felt that perhaps it wasn't sufficient or wasn't realistic, and each time we've been able to work with the operator and figure out exactly what it is.
Okay, and folks, please keep your questions coming in. The next question we have is, can you please detail why inhabitable objects get extra safety precautions as opposed to inhabited? Is it anticipated that it might not be known if a given object in orbit is inhabited?
Well, inhabitable was really the intention to cover what we used to say was manned and manable in the old days. And so inhabitable, they've got it partially right. If an unmanned or uncrewed, as I guess the correct term, an uncrewed vehicle were going to the space station and it suffered a debris hit and it got to the space station and then they opened it up, then they could put the human lives at risk. So we treat those vehicles that are going to be inhabited or crewed as crewed the entire time. The only time where we would not treat them is after they're totally done and they're being disposed. And then at that time, they would no longer be an inhabitable object. But we do, so anything going to the space station would be treated as inhabitable, even if it wasn't uncrewed.
Right. Okay, how does COLA work for reentry where you have about 90 minutes between the deorbit opportunities? This seems to violate the 12-hour minimum for the analysis.
That's another excellent question. So deorbit collision avoidance is really very similar to on-orbit collision avoidance. And so while you're doing your processing, you would turn your deorbit maneuver into the 18th Space Control Squadron and have it screened in advance. So re-entry is a special case in that regard, in that you're coming in. And also, I will say this: your maneuver covariances are far smaller than they are during launch. During launch, it's small at the beginning and very big at the end when you're in space. And when you're re-entering, it's very small in space and gets bigger as you come down. So it's much easier to do re-entry collision avoidance, and you should treat it as a maneuver, an active maneuver on orbit. Just simply turn it in. And the 18th Space Control Squadron has a process for turning in those maneuvers, as well as screening them and getting you the results.
Okay. And if you're looking at maybe one or two different re-entry scenarios, you can submit more than one, right?
You can submit to all of them, and they'll screen them all. Yep.
Very good. I don't have any more questions in the queue right now. Let's wait a minute or two. That last one was my little question. Anything else you want to expound upon while we wait for questions?
The only thing I will say is of the three types of screenings, from spherical to ellipsoidal to probability of collision, the industry needs to move to probability of collision. So the Range Commanders Council, the Common Standards Working Group, the FAA, we are all moving forward and better ways to do probability of collision. So the question about realism and covariance is very appropriate, because that is the future. When there weren't as many active payloads in low Earth orbit, it was much easier to get there using standoff screening. Now that there are many active payloads in low Earth orbit, it becomes much more intensive on your collision avoidance requirements. So the answer to that is good probability screening.
Okay. Well, I don't see any other questions coming in. Again, we'll give it another minute. But otherwise, we are going to be moving on. We might wait a few minutes, take a quick break, because we don't have, if folks were tuning in just for Mishap, that's due to start at 12:30. So we'll see if there's any other questions. Otherwise, we'll break for just a short 10-minute break and meet back here for Mishap at 12:30. Let's see, there might be another question coming in. Let's hold off one more minute. Maybe not. Okay. So folks, we will just convene back here at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll pick up with Mishap and test-induced damage. Okay, folks, it is 12:30, and we are going to bring back Mr. Eric Winner, who is going to be speaking to you today about Mishap. Eric, go ahead, take it away.
Thanks, Michelle. So good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go over some of the definition changes and regulation changes related to the Mishap section of the regs. So the first change we have is the anomaly definition. So we redefined the term anomaly and expanded it to be included in licensed activities. So previously it was only in the experimental permit section 437. And anomaly was used throughout the regulations, and it's an industry standard term, and we continue to use it in Part 450. So we decided to pull it out of there and have it apply to Part 450 requirements as well as Part 437. The definition also clarifies what a problem is by adding the term deviates from what is standard, normal, or expected to the existing definition. So the previous definition just had the term problem in there, and this new language should clarify the definition's intent. Next slide. So this is the Mishap definition. It's a conglomeration of all previous Mishap-related definitions. Some of the stuff in here should look pretty familiar to you. Some things should look familiar, but a little bit different. We'll go over some of the changes in the next slides. Next slide, please. So numbers 1 through 3 there should look exactly the same as previously seen. Those are pulled from previous accident and incident definitions. The term high risk, so number 4, high risk, is determined by the FAA of causing a serious or fatal injury to any spaceflight participant, crew, government astronaut, or member of the public. So that we actually got this terminology from the human spaceflight incident definition in Part 460. And this is more akin to what the aviation industry would call a near miss. So some examples of high risk: the impact of hazardous launch debris in a populated public area that by random chance did not result in a fatality or serious injury. Also, loss of vehicle control or off-nominal maneuvers taken by a crew member that were not in accordance with approved emergency or abort procedures, which did not result in a fatality or serious injury. So these are your close calls. And next slide. Okay, so substantial damage as determined by the FAA to property not associated with licensed or permitted activity, and unplanned substantial damage as determined by the FAA to property associated with the licensed or permitted activity. So there is some leeway for planned damage to facilities or property that's actually associated with the launch or the reentry. But, you know, as standard, you know, no substantial damage is okay to public property. So the thing to highlight here is that we removed the $25,000 threshold that was previously in both the mishap and accident definitions. The FAA recognized that that number was outdated and that this would be much more sufficient for future spaceflight operations. So some examples of substantial damage: structural damage to public property exceeding 50% of its market value could be deemed as substantial damage. A failed launch attempt with debris outside of a defined hazard area, which results in a post-impact fire and loss of a residential structure, would be another good example. 7 and 8 are very similar to what we had before as well. I would like to point out in number 9, failure to complete a launch or reentry as planned as reported in 450.213b. That is actually the pre-flight mission requirements where an operator will define their payload and trajectory and things like that. And the reason we pointed to that was because we really wanted to narrow the scope. Previously, we just had the term unplanned event, which really left the door pretty wide open as to what could be considered a mishap. So we want the operator to really identify what it is they're trying to get out of the launch in terms of mission objectives, and just keep to that. Next slide. So now we're going to go into the actual mishap plan requirement. So in Part 450, the consolidated mishap definition more closely relates to this mishap plan as opposed to previous regulations. All 450 licenses, whether ELV, RLV, or RV, are all going to adhere to this general same set of requirements for the mishap plan. Also, in Part 420 and 437, the mishap regulations there will point back to 450.173. And as far as paragraph A goes, we've also removed the signature requirements that were previously required in sections like 417 and 431. And we're placing more emphasis on ensuring that responsibilities are documented. So we want to know, who's the person that's actually implementing the mishap plan or executing it or even participating in portions of it, as opposed to just a general administrative signature requirement. Next slide, please. We also have in paragraph A the ability to provide a mishap plan by other written means. So this could be a series of checklists, electronic procedures, service contracts or agreements with a federal range or a launch or reentry site. Also, as far as responsibilities go, you know, we want the mishap plan to document each individual's authority and define lines of communication. That's the key, and really is key during any mishap. The delegation of roles and responsibilities may be shared between the applicant's organization and site operator, and that's subject to mutual agreement. So, you know, an operator is more than welcome to allocate some of those mishap roles and responsibilities to, you know, the local site operator, the federal range, or their emergency services that they may have on site, and we encourage that cooperation. Next slide. So the immediate and 24-hour mishap reporting requirements here are largely unchanged and are pretty consistent with what we currently have. The only change being is that now all notifications are going to go to the common source, a common source, which is the Washington Operations Center, and the contact information we've added there for information. So that should help with some of the notification clarification issues as seen in previous regs. Next slide. So the other thing we also require, this is, you know, actually all the information is here in here is similar to what we've seen in previous regs for a preliminary report. But, you know, now we require the submittal of the preliminary report for all mishaps, whereas previously it was only required for launch accidents and launch incidents. This information helps to better inform the FAA, you know, about how to classify or you know, exactly what happened during a mishap and the level of involvement during the investigation. Next slide, please. So the emergency response requirements, this probably looks a little bigger than you're used to seeing, but most of these requirements were already in the regulations. They may just not have been under the actual mishaps section, but they were somewhere, you know, spread around through the regs, and we've decided to consolidate them here to make them much more accessible. So, you know, obviously this is necessary to ensure public safety, safety of property in the event of a mishap, and I think we've captured all those here. Next slide. Okay. So investigation requirements. So obviously the licensee continues to be responsible for investigating a root cause, implementing preventative measures, and maintaining records. The core intent obviously has not changed here. One thing we would like to point out is that we removed the requirement to cooperate with the FAA and NTSB investigations. Obviously having an FAA license means you have to cooperate with the FAA. But we, you know, so we determined that was duplicative, and also the issuance of a license doesn't relieve an operator from its obligation to comply with other agencies such as the NTSB. So whether it's conducted by the FAA or someone else, the regulation in general was unnecessary. Next slide. So talking about paragraph E here, in general, we're giving some examples here. The plan should really provide for composition of the mishap investigation team, coordination with industry and government stakeholders, a documented method for determining the root cause of the event, documented description of the investigative review process, detailed explanation on how applicable supporting analysis will be performed, and periodic updates to the FAA during the course of the investigation. And anybody that's worked with us during a mishap knows that the periodic updating is pretty easy. You know, we work very closely with operators when mishaps do happen, and you know, we'll continue to do so. Next slide. So for paragraph F, the preventative measures or corrective actions shouldn't just be technical root causes, right? We're also looking for organizational root causes. The end result of the investigation shouldn't just be, you know, well, this part broke. It should be, you know, this part broke and here's the reason why we didn't catch it, or, you know, maybe it wasn't tested good enough, or maybe, you know, our safety culture needs some pumping up. So, we're also looking for just organizational root causes and not necessarily the actual sprocket that broke. Also, the FAA may make public safety determination authorizing an operator to return to flight prior to implementing the preventative measures. So if an operator, identifies that the root cause does not actually have a direct impact to public safety, and the FAA has reviewed it and determines, that there is really no public safety risk, then, we may allow an operator to fly again without implementing certain preventative measures. So that's something to take into account. Next slide. And the application requirement, it's pretty simple, just must meet the requirements of this section. Also, we will be releasing an advisory circular, AC 450.173-1. We plan on releasing that in Q1 of 2021. And that'll have a lot of good examples in it as well as to how to meet the regulation. Next slide, please. And so final summary, we've made a one-size-fits-all mishap plan. It really shouldn't matter what type of mishap you have, whether it was re-entering or launching, or it was permitted or licensed. Same general set of requirements is required for any mishap. Remove the signature requirement. We've provided for the allocation of roles and responsibilities. All mishap notifications go to a common source. The preliminary 5-day report is now due for all mishaps. We also removed the requirement to cooperate with FAA and NTSB as it was duplicative. Requires implementation of preventative measures prior to next flight unless, it's otherwise approved by the FAA. And the plan or other written means is acceptable in terms of the mishap plan. And I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Eric. We're going to go to the Q&A portion for this. And right now we have one question only. Reporting of mishaps. Is this only applicable to licensed activities?
So reporting of mishaps is applicable to licensed and permitted activities. But there is also the case, where you could potentially be operating under a waiver, if you have hardware on site, but, the license hasn't yet been granted. Typically, when we issue those waivers, we expect you to adhere to your mishap plan. So that would also fall under the reporting requirements as well.
Hey, Michelle, this is Jesse Hansen. Yeah, as a follow-up to that, I'm not entirely sure the scope of the question, but I believe the reporting requirements that Eric was talking about would be as far as like the preliminary written report or submittal of the preliminary written report within 5 days. That's applicable to Part 450 licenses only. Like existing legacy licensees would still comply with like the existing Part 417 requirements. Submit a written report in the event of an accident or an incident. So.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that, but it's always within what's in the scope of AST's oversight. So if there was any unlicensed activity or non-permitted activity, except for, perhaps what Eric mentioned about the waivers, those would not be under FAA's oversight.
Yeah, correct.
Does the mishap plan cover on-orbit issues?
So the mishap plan would only cover what falls under the scope of the license. So for on-orbit issues, there's potential, during re-entry where there may be some activities prior to deorbit that may be considered under the license. If a mishap occurs during, that period of time where the license is active, then yeah, the entire mishap plan section applies.
Okay, thank you. We'll give a couple seconds for questions to keep coming in.
Sure.
Yep, yeah, Marcel, I do see another question here, kind of a follow-up to the previous question regarding the scope of mishap reporting. So the question was, the scope was to isolate mishap reporting that occurs at a manufacturing or integration site off launch site property. So as kind of Michelle just mentioned, so it would be the reporting requirements are applicable to licensed activities or activities that fall under the scope of the license. So anything that took place at a manufacturing facility that would be considered outside of the scope of licensed activities wouldn't be required to comply with that reporting requirement.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jesse. We have another question, I think, coming in. Let's see. Let's give it another second. Standing by. There are a couple questions that have been coming in throughout the day that are just pretty complex, and we want to make sure that we can give more thorough responses in writing. So if we don't read your question, we will answer it in writing. And we'll be posting those to our website just as a reminder. Any other questions, please type them in. And again, if we don't get to your question, we will be responding in writing. Okay, let's see. Our next topic is actually going to be test-induced damage. We'll give another minute if there's other questions that are coming in. And then after that, Jesse will be up to talk about test-induced damage. I don't see any other questions in the queue. So why don't we go ahead and switch over, if we could bring the charts back up, and we'll let Jesse talk about test-induced damage.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks. Yeah, my name is Jesse Hansen. I'm the Mishap Response Program Lead in the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation. So today I want to present an overview of a test-induced damage process that we're introducing under Part 450-175. This is an optional process that allows a licensed applicant or an existing licensee to pre-coordinate test activities that could potentially result in damage to the vehicle with the FAA prior to the test activity taking place. So, we've kind of heard comments from the industry, and we recognize that, some tests are designed or intended to result in failures, and then other tests by their nature are aggressive and, potentially could result in damage as well. So basically under this proposal or under this section, like any test failure would be considered test-induced damage and not a mishap, so long as the failure fell within the predefined scope of the test activity that was applied for and approved by the FAA. This is similar to NASA's test-induced damage process, which is outlined in NASA procedural requirements, but we've tailored it to satisfy the FAA's public safety mission. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is an optional process, so you're not required to comply with this section unless you're seeking an exemption from the mishap definition for testing activities that could result in damage to the vehicle. Provided, again, this applies to license activities conducted or test activities conducted under a license under Part 450. We don't intend this to be a get out of jail free card, so we're not intending it to be applicable to the entire testing of a vehicle. It's designed for the testing of specific components or hardware on the vehicle, but we recognize that a failure with one of those components could result in significant damage to or loss of a vehicle. So, under this section, you could conduct a test that results in complete loss of the vehicle, and so long as it fell within the scope of predefined test activities, we wouldn't consider that a mishap. Next slide, please. Under section B here, we do require that the operator pre-coordinate the test activities prior to the activity taking place. So you've got to receive approval or coordinate with and receive approval from the FAA before the activity takes place. So you can't come to us afterwards and say, well, this is a test. We didn't, we want it not to be considered a mishap. It's got to be done beforehand. then we do require that you coordinate with sufficient time to allow the FAA to evaluate your proposal either during the application process or as a modification to an existing license. Regardless of what was pre-approved, any test-induced damage that results in a fatality or serious injury, damage to public property, or hazardous debris leaving a predefined hazard area will still be treated as a mishap. In addition, like kind of on a case-by-case basis, anything that falls outside of the approved scope of test activities will also be subject to the mishap definition as defined in 401.7. Next slide. So as part of the application submittal, there is a bunch of information that we do require, or information requirements that have to be met. So you've got to basically provide the information that's listed in part 450 and 175C, the application requirements. I would like to note that we do anticipate the amount of time to review an applicant's proposal under this section, should be minimal. However, I would like to caveat that by saying that, the scope of the review required will vary based on the proposed test activities and the completeness of the information provided. So, if, lack of information will require some back and forth between the FAA and the operator to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what the scope of the test activities being proposed. Regarding test objectives, they should be submitted in a clear, concise manner, and that basically helps us distinguish between what is nominal operations for the mission and what is specific to the test taking place. Next slide. In addition, we require the operator to define the test limits, so the expected environments where the test will be taking place, personnel required to conduct the test, or any additional equipment necessary, as well as any environmental limits. In addition, the operator should define what the expected outcome of the test is. So if needed, we can later compare that to the actual results of the test to determine whether or not it fell within the scope of the approved activities. Next slide. In addition, an applicant must identify potential risks based on the best understanding, with the uncertainties in the environment, test limits, or system. We do recognize that if it's an experimental test, we may not know all the potential risks, but we want to make sure that we have our best understanding of what those uncertainties are. In addition, we require any applicable procedures or steps taken to execute the test and the expected time and duration that the test activity will be taking place. So this kind of goes back to my previous comment where we said, we don't expect it to be applicable to the entire operation of a vehicle, but it should be within the defined, time and duration. So we can distinguish between, again, what's nominal and what is, applicable to the test activity. Then lastly, we require any additional information, necessary to ensure that, AST continues to meet our public safety mission. So if we need any additional information beyond what's required in parts 1 through 6, we'll reach out and coordinate that with the operator. Next section. Or next slide. So yeah, basically the requirements there are pretty minimal as far as the overall process or what's required is to seek a test-induced damage exemption. Again, I'd like to highlight that this is an optional process, so you're not required to comply with this requirement, unless you're seeking that exemption. However, absent the exemption, like any damage resulting from a test will still be subject to our mishap definition. We believe, the test-induced damage exemption is responsive to Aviation Rulemaking Committee and industry testing comments, and also recognizes the difference between an operational mission and those missions that are higher risk, due to experimental or test activities taking place. And I think one of the key benefits of this approach is that it allows both the FAA and the operator to reach a common understanding of what would be considered a mishap prior to an activity taking place. So everybody kind of walks in with that same knowledge, knowing that if it falls within the scope of the activities identified and approved, in the exemption, that it won't be classified as a mishap. Then I guess another key benefit of this is that any test failures that occur within the scope of pre-approved activities, wouldn't be considered a mishap, and that basically eliminates the need for any protracted mishap investigation, which saves both time and resources for the FAA as well as the operator. And then lastly, it eliminates any of the mishap notification and reporting requirements associated with Part 450, 173, in the event that a mishap is declared. And that basically wraps up this section. So yeah, happy to take any questions that you guys might have.
Okay, so if you have questions about test-induced damage, please get those into the Q&A function so we can have a discussion about them. So recognizing that 450-175 is not intended to be a get out of jail free card, can an operator and the FAA agree on possible test-induced damages that could occur throughout a test flight regime?
Yeah, we can. I think the key part of that coordination process is to gain a clear understanding of the objectives that the operator has, as far as like the test activities that they're conducting, so we can reach a common understanding, prior to the activity taking place. So yes.
Yeah, and I think that was primarily the key purpose of the test-induced damage was for that testing that you do in flight. Like Jesse said, it not being a get out of jail free card, we probably aren't going to allow the entire flight to be considered exempt from the mishap or a mishap. So that's something else to take into consideration.
Okay, we're waiting for some more questions. Okay, I think we'll give it another minute or so. Up next, we have a break, and then we're going to be going into ground safety. So we'll, just wait a few more minutes for any questions that might come in about mishap or test-induced damage while we have our subject matter experts here with us. Now's your chance to get your questions answered. Okay, I think we have another question coming in.
Yep. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the question that
So-
came in.
so-
The question.
Question for you. On an initial test flight of a new ELV, could a stage separation failure be considered a test-induced damage?
I would say potentially. I wouldn't say 100% on that one. Again, that would come to as part of that pre-coordination process. We'd want to gain an understanding. If it was like a new method of separating stages or something like that, possibly. But I think this kind of gets into something that's a little bit more into like the kind of traditional operation of a vehicle. So I don't know that we would necessarily consider that for test-induced damage, but a lot of it would really be ironed out during that pre-coordination process. So it's hard to give a specific answer on that one.
Yeah, so I think we would encourage folks, especially during the application process, to talk about the types of tests that they're planning, and then go ahead and put that in their applications or modify their applications for tests. We have another question for test-induced damage. For a test to fall under the test-induced damage, does the test have to take place at a federal range, or could it be at any test site?
Oh, yep, yeah. The exemption applies to any location, where the test activity is taking place, as long as it's under licensed activities. So yeah, it doesn't have to be restricted to a federal range.
Very good. Okay. Let me just check the queue and see if there's anything else coming in. I don't see anything else. We'll just wait another minute. Sometimes it takes folks a little bit of time to type in their questions. Is there anything that you wanted to just expand upon or summarize from the mishap and test-induced damage?
Sure. I guess I can just provide, maybe, and I think Eric, covered, the mishap plan section. well, just to, say as far as like the plans, I mean, the intent behind, that was to consolidate all the existing requirements into a single plan. So you can have a, if you've got a permitted or licensed operation, that same plan is applicable to, both of those types of operations. So, as an operator progresses from maybe an experimental permit into licensed activities, there's no need to change, the existing plan, once it's approved. And that plan is also applicable for multiple sites. So you don't need, separate plans for different launch sites or, different locations, as long as the only update that might be required is like the local agreements. And then as far as like test-induced damage, I mean, and I think this is a real benefit to the industry where it provides an option for them to seek an exemption for activities that would be considered in the past that would be considered a mishap if a failure was to occur. So we tried to come up with basically a common sense approach that said, okay, we recognize this to be a test activity. We know it's going to result, or it has a high likelihood of resulting in damage to the vehicle. We understand the risks associated with that. And as long as there's no injuries or impact to the public, and we don't necessarily see the need for a protracted mishap investigation if a failure occurs under those circumstances.
Yeah, I think this is a great provision to help enable those companies to continue to innovate and test and allow test flight programs to operate under the license. So, okay, well, I don't think we have any other questions. So we're going to go ahead and go on a break, and we will start back at 1:40 for ground safety. And if any other questions come up, go ahead and keep putting them into the Q&A, and those will be answered in writing. All right, thank you. Okay, I think we're going to be starting back up here. And our next topic is ground safety. And I'll be presenting the beginning of this section. So Tara, if you could go to the next chart. So we had a little bit of conversation yesterday about ground safety, but essentially 45179 says that at a U.S. launch site or reentry site, an operator must protect public and property from the adverse effects of hazardous operations and systems associated with preparing the vehicle for flight, returning a launch or reentry vehicle to a safe condition after landing, or returning the site to a safe condition. And the thing that we talked a little bit about yesterday was you do not have to comply with the parts of ground safety 450, 181 through 189 of this part if you meet this three-pronged test. And one is the launch or reentry is being conducted from a federal launch or reentry site. The operator has a written agreement with that site for the provision of ground safety services and oversight. And then the third test is that the administrator has determined that the federal launch or reentry site's ground safety processes, requirements, and oversight are not inconsistent with the Secretary's statutory authority over the activities. In making the determination in B3, the administrator is going to consider the nature and frequency of the activities conducted and the coordination between the FAA and that federal site, and the administrator's knowledge of the federal site's requirements. So we've also issued, and I think this is why I want to bring up a point here, is about the ground safety policy that we mentioned on the day one. There was a lot of questions about that. So this provision here in 450-179 Bravo is for operations under Part 450. The ground safety policy memo that came out on November 3rd or 4th, we just posted it onto our website on the 4th, is actually for our legacy operators. So this relief of non-duplication for ground safety is both for the legacy operators under that ground safety policy, which would be a waiver, and also under Part 450 through these provisions here of 450-179 Bravo. We also have a ground safety AC planned for third quarter 2021. If you can go to the next chart. So this just goes a little bit more into detail for those three those three-prong test to see if you have to comply with Part 450, 181 through 189. And I think one of the things that is really important to note is that the license will still cover the ground safety activities, but you will not have to comply with the ground safety regulations. So you will still have those will still be considered licensed activities. So that's the FAA does preserve its statutory jurisdiction over those activities, but it's recognizing that these federal processes and procedures are sufficient to meet the FAA's statutory mandates. And this is also very responsive to SPD2 and the National Space Council and recommendations from the ARC to reduce those duplicative requirements across federal agencies for licensing. Next chart. So if an operator is not required to comply, we have, this is another chart that really goes into those same items with the ground safety policy. And if you are, we have 4 sites right now that are under this policy. Those 4 sites are the Air Force, Cape Canaveral, Vandenberg Air Force Base, NASA's Wallops Flight Facility and Kennedy Space Center. And if you're not in one of those sites, then you would be looking at 450-45 Bravo, which is essentially the services or property provided by a launch or reentry site. And that it has the typical, what we used to call the LSSA process, launch site safety assessments. We don't use that term anymore because it could be a launch or a reentry site. And essentially, the FAA will accept any safety-related launch or reentry services or properties provided by a launch or reentry site, a federal launch or reentry site, as long as the FAA determines that those processes and procedures meet the requirements of Part 450. So that would still be in effect for sites that are not one of those 4 that we're allotting right now for ground safety. We will consider future sites in the future. Next chart. So to continue with ground safety, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ken Wong, and he's going to continue with ground safety.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. So section 450.181 requires an operator planning to conduct a launch or reentry to coordinate with a site operator. And the reason being is because both entities, both the operator conducting the launch or reentry and the site operator, have public safety obligations during ground operations. So what does this coordination entail? First, it must ensure that public access is controlled to the site. Second of all, this coordination must ensure that ground operations are coordinated with other operators and users on that site. And today, as the launch cadence is increasing and you have multiple users, neighboring operations personnel, other parties on that site, that coordination of ground operation is becoming more important. And also the requirement for the operator to coordinate with a site operator is during the designation of any ground hazard areas that affect operations of that site. We have heard from our interagency partners, especially DOD and NASA, okay? And I'll just give you an example. Today, our requirements require a launch operator to identify safety clear zones or ground hazard areas where the public has to stay out. So at times, the launch operator will propose a larger than necessary safety clear zone or ground hazard area. And from the FAA's perspective, that meets the regulatory requirement. However, if the safety clear zone or size of that ground hazard area is too large, it can affect other users on the site. So under 450.181, we added this specific requirement. When a launch operator designates any ground hazard area, they have to coordinate with the site operator. In addition, an operator must coordinate with a site operator on mishap reporting, mishap response, and investigations in the event there is a mishap during ground activities at that site. Next chart, please. Okay, this requirement is very straightforward. It just applies if an operator is conducting a launch from or to a exclusive site, they would have to follow the explosive siting requirements under Part 420. So this one only applies to an exclusive use site. In other words, this site is only being used by one operator. This site is not being offered to other launch operators or reentry operators. Next chart, please. Okay, the next ground safety requirement is 450.185. That requires an operator to perform and document a ground hazard analysis. As part of the ground hazard analysis, requires the identification of ground hazards. And the identification of the ground hazards that the FAA is looking for are for those hazards that can potentially affect the public. The public being members of the people who are not associated with that launch or reentry. So in terms of ground hazards, basically they're separated into two major categories. There are system hazards and operation hazards. Simply, operation hazards, the way one can think about it is like it's a dynamic case. It's a dynamic operation. It involves lifting. It involves transporting. It involves loading propellant, transporting hazardous materials. On the other hand, system hazards can exist during a static case where you're not actually moving or lifting something. You can have ground equipment with high pressurized tanks. You can have things with radioactive material or ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. The component or system could just be sitting there in a static case. Next chart, please. Okay, related to the ground hazard analysis, once the operator has identified the system and operational hazards, the next thing required under the ground hazard analysis is to analyze the hazards, okay? So one of the questions that always comes is, how deep does a hazard analysis have to be? So what the FAA did here under the Part 450, which currently doesn't exist under the legacy ground safety requirements under 417, is under 450, we specify qualitative thresholds, okay? So what does that mean? In essence, what we're saying is the risk acceptability criteria is the likelihood of any hazardous condition that may cause death or serious injury to the public must be extremely remote. And then in addition, the likelihood of any hazardous condition that may cause major damage to property not associated with the launch or reentry must be remote. So these are new qualitative thresholds that we have added to ground safety under Part 450. In addition to the mitigation measures that have been identified, an operator must verify and validate these mitigation measures under 450.185E Echo. Okay, next chart, please. Okay, the next presenter. Okay, Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're actually going to do a Q&A session
Okay.
for ground safety. So the first question is, will the FAA identify those federal ranges where the administrator has determined that the processes, requirements, and oversight are not inconsistent with the statutory authority over commercial space activities, such that an operator does not need to comply with 450, 181 through 189 if written agreements are in place? And the answer is yes. We are going to be putting on our website those 4 sites. The ground safety policy actually already outlines in writing those 4 sites and the rationale. But we will be putting, as new sites come on board with that, we will be updating our website so that all applicants know which sites have been approved under that particular part of the regulation. Okay, let's see. Keep those questions coming in. We will get to them. There is a ground safety question that is possibly in the queue. Let's see. I think that I think this is one we can answer. For the qualitative risk assessment in 450-185, Ken, is the NASA risk assessment, the 5x5, an appropriate tool to use?
Yes, we will have advisory circulars available in the future. As part of the thing that you will read in the ground safety waiver policy, we did review for Kennedy Space Center, okay? For over a year, we did review their ground safety requirements. So in general, there's a draft launch site safety assessment of the Kennedy Space Center ground safety, and I believe we looked at the risk matrix that was cited here, but I would have to look back exactly. But in general, yes, looking at the NASA requirements, they pretty much meet ours.
Okay, so I think the other thing to add is for that 5x5 matrix, we want to make sure that the hazards are not just for, hazards to their own personnel, that it really is tailored to risk to the public and so, all of these items, when you're doing your hazard assessments, whether it's for flight hazard analysis or for the ground hazard analysis, we do need to be seeing that those are where those risks are to the public. Okay, we have another question. In 450-185C, can you give an example of what extremely remote would be, such as a percentage of likelihood?
Yeah, if I recall, the NPRM that we issued last year in April, I believe we provided an example of what extremely remote is. And the reason I'm sort of hesitant to cite a specific value is depending on some sources. Sometimes there's a little variability on the specific value on what is exactly extremely remote. That's why I'm hesitant to give a specific value. But I believe correctly that NPRM in the preamble of April last year provided an example of a value of that.
Yeah, and Ken, I think some of our old guidance material for our legacy operators has some guidance on that as well. And those are ACs for our different like hazard analysis ACs.
Yes.
So there are some example values and those are one acceptable method. And I think that's to Ken's point. I think we may even have for 431, we may have it described. We have two different ways shown, in one for experimental permits and one for 431. And you can see they're slightly different, but they're both acceptable means of compliance. Not necessarily to 450, but for the legacy operators. So Ken, can you talk a little bit about the relationship between ground hazard analysis and flight hazard analysis?
Yes. So flight hazard analysis is basically when you have ignition of the launch vehicle and the thing is lifting off. Okay. Ground hazard analysis is everything prior to that. So one of the things that we talked about the last couple of days is like the scope of when does launch begin? Okay, so really what we're talking about when launch begins is really these ground operations. Okay, to date, we have pretty much defaulted saying once the major hardware components of a launch vehicle reach a U.S. launch site, that's when launch begins, because we said potentially that's when hazardous ground operations can start. Okay, but in this new Part 450, we are no longer defaulting saying major hardware arrival at a U.S. launch site will initiate launch or ground operations. But flight is ignition of the rocket and liftoff from the ground.
Yeah. And, I saw there was a question that came through about the means of compliance. And, if you go to our website and you pull up the means of compliance table, we have the accepted means of compliance will be AC 450-179 for ground safety. And the guidance on what is extremely remote, I was mentioning, which you could look at our previous guidance on that area. But the means of compliance for ground safety is going to be that coming out in third quarter 2021, the ground safety AC. The next question is just confirming that Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center are included. The question is not fully explicit, but I assume they're asking about within that 450-179 Bravo. And yes, there are 4 locations right now that we would consider not inconsistent with our statutory authority. And those are Cape Canaveral, Kennedy Space Center, Wallops, and Vandenberg Air Force Base. Okay, let me go to the next question. So that was the list with the, okay, sorry, there's another one. I thought extremely remote was an FAA-defined term of, quote, having a probability on the order of 10 to the minus 7 or less, but greater than on the order of 10 to the minus 9th. And I think that's really different parts of the FAA have some different guidance, but we will follow up in a written response to make sure we get you a good response on that one. Because we do have a number of guidance documents on that.
Right, as I said before, I've seen different values from different sources. That's why I'm a little hesitant to cite a specific value right now. But yes, as Michelle said, we will provide it in writing.
Okay. We have another question. It says, I'm not quite sure I fully understand the answer to this from the presentation. can you cover how ground safety hazards relate to when a licensed activity starts and ends? And how is this determined? Do non-licensed activities on a licensed site fall under this? And Ken, I think I'll take the first part and then pitch it over to you. So under 450.3, I believe it is, under scope of license, there's a process that we're going to be using that we covered on day one about the scope of license. And that's determining what is in your license, what activities. And essentially, the term launch is pre-flight, flight, and post-flight. And we look to the hazardous pre-flight activities that could pose a risk to the public is what would be covered under those hazardous pre-flight activities that essentially would be, the subject to your ground safety. So Ken, did you want to maybe chat about how the ground hazards relate to the pre-flight activities? And I guess the other part of that question is how is this determined? So, we'll be working with a company in pre-application consultation. If you look back at the charts from day one, and also in the preamble to the rule, we talk about, when you come to a pre-application consultation, we need to understand your concept of operations, and including those types of activities that would be taking place that could be hazardous pre-flight activities. And we'll work with an operator to determine which of the activities are in fact going to be licensed. And
yeah,
that would be
really the key, as I indicated earlier, is we're not just going to default and say arrival of hardware at a U.S. launch site constitutes beginning of launch or ground hazardous operations. So pre-application consultation is going to be key. As I stressed the other day, to make this work, pre-application consultation upfront, discussion between us, the FAA, and the applicant on what's considered to be hazardous operations that should be covered under a license. And that's pre-application consultation. And in the regulation, I believe we gave examples of what hazardous operations are. I believe it's under 450.3.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up those charts again right now.
Yeah, we gave examples because the
Yep.
question was, how are we going to determine what's hazardous that rises to the level that it needs to be captured under a license? Yeah, we gave some examples.
Yeah, so we have, I'm just looking at the examples here from the charts earlier on the first day. Let me see. Some of the examples are, it includes loading of propellant into a vehicle, operations involving a fueled launch vehicle, the transfer of energy necessary to initiate a flight, or any hazardous activity preparing the vehicle for flight. And then we also wrote into the regulation on what is not a hazardous pre-flight operation. And that includes, essentially for reusable launch vehicles, the end of the previous launch and then the beginning of the vehicle's reuse for the next launch when the vehicle is in a safe and dormant state. Okay, and I think there's some questions about hybrid operations, and they follow the same concept. And we license, hybrid operators today. We would be looking at those hazardous pre-flight activities, when the propellants are being loaded and the vehicle is fully fueled and things like that. So again, the concept, air launch concept using proven aircraft, there's a question on when that launch would start. And of course, for every example, we're talking very general. So obviously, if you're an operator or a potential applicant of an operator of an air launch system, we would work with you in pre-application consultation. But our existing launch operators, essentially, we're looking at those hazardous pre-flight activities that I just mentioned, with fueling the vehicle or field operations and things that fall into that. It's always going to be a case by case, looking at those and discussing it with the applicant to find out what is truly a hazardous pre-flight activity, preparing a vehicle for launch. So while we're waiting, I think I'll just reiterate one more time, because I know there was a lot of confusion on it. If you're operating from one of the sites that has not been reviewed already, if it's not Wallops, KSC, Vandenberg, or Cape Canaveral, the services provided, including ground safety services, would be covered under 450-45, which is the standard services provided by a federal launch or reentry site, and that we would be looking at those to make sure that they are consistent with the Part 450 requirements, versus at those 4 sites that they have been determined to be not inconsistent with our FAA statutory authorities. So there's 2 different bars set for those 2 different parts of the regs. And we will be publishing on our website as we add additional sites. Okay, so we have a break starting, let's see. If there's not more questions, we'll give a few more minutes for questions, but if there's not more questions, we're going to break until 2:50. And then we will go into our last subpart of the rule, which is subpart D. Oh wait, do we have one more section? My apologies. We do, we have one more section. I'm jumping ahead. I'm excited for getting to our crosswalk tools. So we have toxic hazards right now, and I'd like to invite up Mr. Mel Decembrano back to talk about, he talked to you earlier about toxics for flight, and today he's going to talk to you a little bit about toxics for ground.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. So yes, so this section is the toxic hazards mitigation for ground operations. Section 450.35a requires that prior to acceptance of an application, the following items have to have an approved means of compliance. We've talked about 4 of them already. This is the 5th. So yesterday I talked about the toxic hazards for flight, and you'll see that the requirements are very similar. So in this section, it creates an exception from the toxic release hazard analysis for kerosene-based fuels, just like in 139. So an analysis, unless the administrator determines that an analysis is necessary to protect public safety, the FAA anticipates that such an analysis will be required for uses of kerosene-based fuel that are novel or inconsistent with the standard industry practice. So, as stated in the applicability section, this section applies to any launch or reentry vehicle, including all vehicle components, payloads that use toxic propellants or other toxic chemicals. And although there are similarities, toxic hazards are divided into 2 sections because ground ops and flight ops have different criteria to establish an acceptable level of safety. So this is section 187. Next slide, please. Okay, so this section, subsection B, like the flight portion, requires that an operator manage the risk of casualties from exposure by either containing the hazards or performing a toxic risk assessment. And an explanation of how to comply with this will be in the toxic hazards analysis and threshold AC, which is planned to be issued in 3rd quarter of 2021. An operator must also conduct a toxic release hazard analysis in accordance with paragraph C of this section. They must also establish ground hazard controls based on the results of its toxic release hazards analysis and containment or risk assessment for any necessary evacuation of the public from any toxic area. Next slide, please. Okay, this section D requires, well, section C, we'll start with that, is about the toxic release hazard analysis. Has to account for any toxic release that could occur during nominal or non-nominal launch or reentry ground operations. It should include a worst case release scenario analysis or a maximum credible release scenario analysis for each process. It should determine if toxic release can occur based on an evaluation of the chemical compositions, quantities of propellant, other chemicals, vehicle materials, and projected combustion products, and the possible toxic release scenarios. Should also account for normal combustion products and any unreacted propellants, and phase change or chemical derivatives of those substances, and account for any operational constraints and emergency procedures that provide protection from toxic release. Section D requires that an operator manage the risk of casualty from the exposure to toxic release, either by evacuating or preparing to evacuate the public from a toxic hazard area, or by employing meteorological constraints. In either scenario, the operator would be required to ensure that the public will not be within a toxic area. And next slide, please. Okay, section E contains the requirements for toxic risk assessment for ground operations. And operator complies with the requirements for a toxic risk assessment by demonstrating no more than an extremely remote likelihood of toxic exposure causing death or serious injury to the public, using toxic concentration and duration thresholds accepted by the administrator as a means of compliance. An example of a means of compliance for this section can be found in the Acute Exposure Guideline Level 2, the Emergency Response Planning Guidelines Level 2, or the Short-Term Public Emergency Guidance Level. The next slide, please. Okay, if a toxic risk assessment is performed, an applicant must account for the public that may be exposed to airborne concentrations above toxic concentrations and duration thresholds. They should describe any risk mitigations applied in toxic risk assessment, describe the population exposure input data in accordance with Section 123, and demonstrate compliance with the acceptable public risk criteria in Section 101. And for ground operations, the risk criteria in 450.185C. And the 6 items for application requirements are all listed there. And next slide. And the following 3 items are listed here. If a toxic risk assessment is performed, the applicant must account for public that may be exposed to airborne concentrations above toxic concentration and duration thresholds. So basically stating the same thing I said in the previous slide. But the toxic release hazard analysis in accordance with paragraph C of this section provide a description of the failure modes and associated relative probabilities for toxic release scenarios, the methodology and representative results of an applicant's determination of the worst case or maximum credible quantity of any toxic release that might occur during ground operations. For toxic containments in accordance with paragraph D, they should identify the evacuation plans or meteorological constraints, and associated ground hazard controls needed to ensure that the public will not be within any toxic hazard area. And for toxic risk assessments, in accordance with paragraph E, a demonstration that the risk criteria will be met, as stated in 185C. Population characteristics, receptor locations are identified by toxic dispersion modeling as toxic hazard areas. Description of any risk mitigation measures applied in the toxic risk assessment, and a description of the population exposure input data in accordance with section 123. And I think that's it for this section. Next up is Mr. Ken Wong.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, so the earlier we were talking about a ground hazard analysis that an operator had to perform. Now what we're talking about is, in addition to mitigation measures, hazard controls derived from a ground hazard analysis, there are a few ground safety prescribed hazard controls. And what do those entail? Okay, so one of them is to protect the public on site. So an operator must document how it will protect public on the site, which includes procedures for identifying and tracking public on the site, and the methods an operator will use to protect the public from ground and toxic hazards. For example, an operator could have plans in place to control who enters its site, whether or not those members on the site will have to be escorted, how the public will be made aware of and protected from ongoing hazards at that site, and whether or not members of the public will be required to wear personal protective equipment, like maybe a hard hat or whatever. Next chart, please. Okay, so also as a prescribed hazard control, this requires an operator to establish, maintain, and perform procedures for controlling certain hazards in the event of a countdown, abort, or recycle operation. So basically, if a command is sent to initiate a flight, but the vehicle doesn't lift off for some reason or other, the operator has to have procedures in place to ensure that the vehicle is in a safe configuration after that abort. In addition, an operator must also have in place precautions for reporting and controlling any fire that may occur during launch and reentry activities. And basically, that's to prevent the occurrence of secondary hazards, such as you could have a brush fire. Sorry. In addition, an operator must also have emergency procedures. For example, an emergency would include an event requiring an evacuation or a response from emergency officials, such as the fire department or emergency medical technicians. Next chart, please. Okay, so basically we've gone over the ground safety part fairly quickly. The big takeaways is, and we'll get a little bit more into the crosswalk as you'll see later this afternoon. So in essence, under the legacy regulations, under Part 415, 417 for EOV launch operators, the ground safety requirements are very prescriptive. Okay. On the other hand, the Part 431 for reusable launch vehicle missions and also Part 435 for reentry ground operations, there really aren't any explicit ground safety requirements under 431 or 435. So what we've done under the Part 450 is basically try to strike a balance where we try to clarify, in essence, the important aspects of the ground safety requirements. And it's a lot shorter than 415, 417, but a lot clearer than 431 and 435. And the second bullet and the third bullet, I'm not going to talk about it. Michelle already talked about it. But yeah, this is huge. Where for certain federal sites, if the FAA agrees to it, operators from those 4 sites that we already talked about today, they would not have to comply with the FAA demonstrate compliance with the FAA ground safety requirements for those 4 sites. That's huge. Okay, next chart, please. Okay, and we already talked about this thing about this default about no longer just arrival of major hardwares on the U.S. launch site, initiating that as an operating needing a launch license. That is also huge because to date, the most prevalent waiver that the FAA has issued to date has been a waiver for not requiring a launch license, such that an operator can start bringing hardware on site before they have even received a launch license from the FAA. So that's been the most prevalent waiver that we have issued to date. And under this Part 450, hopefully that will go away. Okay, and the other takeaway is the third bullet there, the toxic hazards. It's divided under flight toxic hazards and also ground toxic hazards. Difference being is for flight, the toxic hazards, the risk criteria is quantitative in nature, versus for the ground, it's qualitative. And that's it. Michelle?
Okay, I think we have a couple questions. There was one question that was kind of relating a little bit back to our last session, a follow-up, whether or not the ground safety was for pre-flight operations and not flight. And I think the important part is to go back to 450-179 alpha and know that the ground safety is associated with preparing a vehicle for flight, so that's the pre-flight, but also returning a vehicle to a safe condition after landing. So if you are coming back to the landing site, whether it be with a booster or for the whole vehicle, the whole safety after launch in landing is also under ground safety, and then returning the site to a safe condition. So those are the 3 areas that we look at for the applicability of ground safety. The next question we had is, would a nitrogen leak fall under 450-187 if it is being used for tank pressurization? And I think for this one, we're not going to get into very specific questions about somebody's operation, but I will point you to, we have in our docket for our rulemaking for the NPRM, we have 2 documents in there. One is called the AGOLS, which is a compiled acute exposure guideline values. And then we also have SPIEGLS, which is short-term public emergency guidance levels. So through the AGOLS and SPIEGLS, you can look through that list. While Ken was briefing, I did briefly look through the AGOLS list and I didn't see nitrogen. So I do not think that it's toxic, but that's where we would be looking for some of our guidance on what is toxic and would need to be covered. Mel, did you have anything else to add to that particular one? think that was,
No, I think you covered that well. Thanks.
do we have any other questions coming in before we go to, and this time we really are going to go to a break before we cover subpart D.
If I may just follow up on earlier question real quick. So I did, okay, in the earlier Q&A under the ground safety, there were several questions asking about what did the FAA deem as remote and extremely remote. And what I cited was in the NPRM April last year. So I just looked it up under what we said in the NPRM, and I'll just read it verbatim. It says, examples of suggested likelihood categories for remote and extremely remote are provided in FAA's Advisory Circular AC 437.55-1, entitled Hazard Analyses for the Launch or Reentry of a Reusable Suborbital Rocket under an Experimental Permit as 1 × 10⁻⁵ and 1 × 10⁻⁶, respectively. So in other words, the NPRM said suggested likelihood for remote would be 1 × 10⁻⁵ and 1 × 10⁻⁶ for the extremely remote, but it's suggested. But as I said before, different sources may have different values, but that's what we said.
Yeah, and we've accepted that in the past. That is what we accepted for experimental permits. Good follow-up, Ken. Any other questions? Please feel free to write them in. Toxics, ground safety. This is your time to ask questions, and if you get those questions in, we'll be sure to answer them in writing as well. You know, Ken, you're bringing up the NPRM, I think brings up a good point for folks. And this is just kind of a general comment on the rulemaking process while we don't have any questions right now. The NPRM preamble is still a very good resource. And, you know, when we start writing the preamble for the final rule, we are looking at, you know, the format is essentially, you know, what did we propose? What was the final, the rationale, and comments, responses, comments, responses. If there is still a lot of really great information in the preamble to the NPRM, and if we didn't change the reg, that preamble is still very relevant, because we didn't take parts of the preamble from the NPRM and then repeat it in the final rule. So, you know, what Ken just did to look up what did we say in the NPRM preamble is exactly a great place to look for additional guidance, as long as that part of the reg hasn't changed to the final rule. Okay, so we are on break until 2:50 p.m. and we will come back with subpart D, Delta, and we will see everyone then. And again, if you have questions, just even while we're on break, you can keep putting those into the Q&A sessions so that we can start, you know, have those queued up and ready for the next time. All right, we'll see you at 2:50. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We've had a couple questions that came in during the break, so I wanted to just quickly address those. I did make some comments about the importance of the preamble to the NPRM and the final rule, and obviously the regulations trump anything that's in preamble. However, preamble provides really good guidance, so it is not binding in the way that a regulation is. Also, there was a question about the number of ACs. And, you know, we do have a large body of ACs that we're hoping to have out within the next fiscal year, within this fiscal year 21. And if you have from our website, which I know we've given the link out a bunch of times, there's a means of compliance table. And in that table, it lists all the ACs and when we are planning to issue those. And just as a reminder, they're going to be open for comment. There's a comment form at the end of every AC. And then we'll be, you know, if the conditions warrant, we'll be updating those as well. So without further ado, I want to go to subpart Delta with Phil Brinkman on the terms and conditions for a vehicle operator license. And so we've really completed all of the requirements and the safety framework. And now subpart D is for after you've gotten your license, after you've gotten your Part 450 license, the terms and conditions for a vehicle operator license. So Phil, over to you.
Okay. First slide, please. It's important to keep in mind that public safety responsibility is the responsibility of the licensee. Part 450-201 merely consolidates that responsibility that is currently in 417.7 and 431.71. Next slide, please. A licensee must conduct a license launch or reentry in accordance with the representations made in the license application. That's an important thing to keep in mind, that once those representations are made, and some of the next slides will discuss this, one needs to comply with what you said you were going to do. Next slide, please. Part 45201 consolidates what's in Part 417 and Part 431 and refers back to the financial responsibility requirements under Part 440. There aren't any significant changes in the financial responsibility requirements under 440, except to say that those requirements now recognize the use of a different threshold for the FAA in determining maximum probable loss relative to neighboring operations personnel. Next slide. Likewise, 450-207 refers to the human spaceflight requirements and makes those requirements applicable to the requirements of under 450. Next. Compliance monitoring. It's important to keep in mind that a licensee must allow access by and cooperate with federal officers or employees or other individuals. And those other individuals could be someone designated by the FAA, such as a contractor to the FAA, authorized by the FAA to observe any of its activities or any of its contractors or subcontractors' activities. And further, it's important to keep in mind that for each license launch or reentry, a licensee must provide the FAA with a console for monitoring the progress of the countdown and communication on all channels of the countdown communications network. That's currently a requirement under 417, but it's not an explicit requirement under Part 431. Again, in developing the 450 regulation, we attempted to borrow the specificity of Part 417 when it was applicable without losing flexibility for the operator, and make things clearer than what was sometimes the case for Part 431. Next. Continuing accuracy of a license application. This tends to cause some confusion on the part of licensees. A licensee is responsible for continuing accuracy of representations contained in its application for the entire term of the license. So if there's a change in a representation, the licensee is obligated to tell us. There is no explicit time put in there, but we expect it to be reasonably prompt and up to date. If the licensee proposes to conduct a launch or reentry in a manner that's not authorized by the license, or if any representations contained in the license application that are material to public safety, public health and safety, or safety of property are no longer accurate and complete, a license modification is required. And it goes on to list some of the things that would maybe entail the need for a change in a license modification, such as different class of payload, type of launch or reentry vehicle, type or quantity of hazardous material, the flight trajectory, the launch site or reentry site, any system policy, procedure, requirement, criteria, or standard that is safety critical. Next slide, please. This slide just refers to how one goes about modifying a license. The requirements to modify a license are in Part 413 and are very similar or almost identical to the requirements to submit a license application in the first place. Once the FAA makes a determination relative to a modification, we issue a written approval to the licensee. That written approval can either take the form of a letter or a modification of the actual license face or license order. Sometimes it's just a letter, though. Next slide, please. Pre-flight reporting. The FAA requires the licensee to provide the FAA with the following information prior to each mission. Mission-specific information, flight safety analysis products, test data for the flight safety system, collision avoidance analysis, launch and reentry schedule. This information is required no less than 60 days before each mission conducted under the license. However, under Part 450, and this is basically what's required currently under our legacy regulations of 417 and 431, under Part 450, the FAA may also agree to a different time frame. So it's possible for us to develop, in conjunction with discussions, preferably during pre-application consultation with the license applicant, a time schedule that fits the requirements and our needs and the licensee's needs. One of the things that typically would be in need of pre-flight reporting would be specific payloads. If, for instance, the license takes the form of what we now call, under the legacy licenses, a operator's license, often the payloads are described generically. So we need to know what the specific payload is to make sure that the payload fits within the parameters that we approved, and likewise with other information such as trajectory and so on and so forth. Next, please. This is a continuation of the requirements for pre-flight reporting. And as you can see, information is required about the flight safety analysis products. And I don't think it's necessary for me to read these out loud. You can read them for yourselves. Next, please. So the FAA is aware that not all test reports for flight safety systems, such as end-to-end tests and pre-flight tests, can be delivered 30 days before flight. Part 450 allows an operator the flexibility to identify an appropriate time frame in coordination with the FAA. So we recognize that these kinds of reports may not be available, depends upon when the testing is done, and we have allowed in Part 450 the flexibility of other time periods as agreed to by us. Next slide. Post-flight reporting is also important. Part 452.15 requires an operator to provide the actual trajectory flown by the vehicle, and for an unguided suborbital launch vehicle, the actual impact point of all impacting stages and impacting components if the FAA requests it. So the FAA might not always request it, but sometimes it's necessary to request this information to verify, in fact, that the launch was conducted in the manner that was licensed and according to the representations in the license application. That's currently a requirement under Part 417. Part 431 doesn't have such a requirement, but the operators under Part 431 are required to ensure that all assumptions and representations made in their application are kept accurate and complete. Next, please. Oh, go back to that slide, please. Notice there is something there, number 3, the number of humans on board the vehicle. We require that information as a statutory requirement that's put on the FAA to keep track of the safety of launches based on how many people have been on board. So that's why that requirement was added. We don't believe that that's a very burdensome requirement, but it is a new requirement that was put in 450, recognizing our statutory requirement to report this information and keep track of it. Next. Registration of space objects. This is basically consolidates the requirements for registration that are currently under 417 and 431, but it does add something. Part 450 adds a requirement for the operator to provide ownership and country of ownership of the space object. Under the old legacy regulations, that it was only required that an object owned or operated by the United States, and by the United States, I mean a United States citizen or a US company, which from the standpoint of our regulations is the same as a US citizen. Only those objects owned and operated by a US individual or company needed to be reported. This requires a reporting of all objects left in space on a licensed activity, and also the ownership and country of ownership of the space object. The reason for this is that ownership is in registration is important for the Department of State. We forward this information to the Department of State. The Department of State registers this information with the United Nations. Department of State wants to have a complete catalog of the objects and the ownership so that it can go back and check and make sure that other countries are providing the relevant information for their objects left in space to the United Nations, if in fact those objects were placed in space on a US launch, license launch. Next slide, please. Records. As always, it's important to keep good records, and records must be kept, all records must be kept for 3 years. That includes data and other material necessary to verify the launch or reentry is conducted in accordance with the representations made in the licensee's application. For a mishap, for instance, though, the licensee must preserve all records related to the event. The records must be retained until completion of any FAA investigation, and the FAA advises the licensee that the records need not be retained. The licensee must make all records required that we require that they be retained under the regulations available to the federal officials for inspection and copying if we need to do so. Next, please. I think that's the end. So do we have any questions, Michelle?
Let me take a look, Phil. So far we have a couple questions. And Randy, if you can move your camera a little bit.
There we go.
There we go. So does Part 450 require inspectors to be on console for licensed operation? And if so, where do those requirements exist within the rule?
No.
Would you like to take that one, Randy?
Yeah, I'll take that one.
You want to take it? The answer is no. Do you want to take it, Randy? Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things. Since the very beginning of the office, the way we set up licensing is that does not require inspectors to be at a launch, and so we often choose to be at launches, but it's not a requirement that an inspector be there.
Yeah. Now, I think there is a requirement that operators have to make, their mission control type of thing accessible to the FAA. They have to offer access.
And
yeah,
also,
if we choose to inspect, there is the requirement that we might need a console and that kind of thing. But once again, and one thing we're trying to do as the flight rate increases, we're trying to be a little more judicious of what we inspect, what we don't inspect. So there certainly could be times when we don't inspect launches.
and Randy, if I can add, and also that's the importance of providing us a schedule of when the launch and various activities are taking place. So we have an opportunity to inspect what we feel we need to inspect.
Okay. So there's another question that is after licensing, if a similar but a little bit larger vehicle is developed, does that condition require a new license?
It would be a modification. It could well be a modification to the existing license.
Yeah, assuming it's the same operator.
Same operator
right.
in a very, very similar vehicle. If it's a radically different vehicle, it might require a new license.
Right. A vehicle operator license is given for a vehicle or a family of vehicles, and so if that mod is within the same family, then it can be just a mod of the license. But if it's a completely different vehicle, if you're going from a sounding rocket to an orbital launch vehicle, that will require a new license.
Yep. We don't have any more questions right now, so we'll give folks a minute to add their questions. And I think that there's a question coming up on the requirement for, what regulation allows the FAA to require that a permittee or licensee must allow access. And that's in 405. But it's also, and that's for sites, permits, licenses, but it's very specifically in 450-209 alpha as well.
Yeah, the requirement for a console is 450.209 B beta.
Right. Any other questions? Yeah, and 209, I'll just go ahead and reiterate that while we wait for more questions. Under compliance monitoring, 45209 Bravo says, for each licensed launch or reentry, a licensee must provide the FAA with a console for monitoring the progress of the countdown and communications on all channels of the countdown communication network, unless the licensee has another acceptable means. So it's pretty specific. All right. If there's any more questions, we'll give you a few minutes to get those in. So Randy, any thoughts on anything else that, if you've been watching, if there's been questions that maybe you wanted to add to or anything else?
No, not right now.
We get to just have a nice talk while we wait for questions.
It's like a talk show, right?
It's the AST talk show.
One thing I can mention, and I was going to bring this up in the closing, but there's been a lot of questions we're getting about, if I comply with this Air Force requirement or that Air Force requirement, does that meet FAA requirements? And I did want to emphasize that, we have a means of compliance table on the website. And for every 450 requirement in Subpart C, we try to put the approved means of compliance that we know about. But that's a living document. So that means of compliance table we're going to update all the time. And as we get either from our own knowledge or if we get ideas from the industry about other ways that would be acceptable to meet requirements, we'll definitely add that to the table so folks have a big menu to choose from.
Okay. So we do actually have another question coming in, and this is from earlier in the day. There was a discussion on third-party external agreements needed for a launch license, including air traffic, Coast Guard, first responders, launch site, etc. A spaceport license also has many of these same agreements in place. Would an agreement with a spaceport that covers these other required agreements, for example, with Coast Guard and air traffic, suffice for the purposes of Part 450? Thereby avoiding duplicative efforts?
The answer is yes. You want to add to that, Randy? I think the reg actually specifically says that.
Yeah, I think it does. I think the key is if there's any kind of safety service that a contract, subcontractor provides, we definitely require agreements so that it's very well laid out what that contractor is going to do. But I think as far as contractual arrangements, we're pretty flexible.
Yeah, and I think there's an application requirement that they have to describe the agreements, and I think that would be pretty important to describe the agreements, particularly like the roles and responsibilities and things like that.
And we can request looking at the agreements if we feel that's necessary.
That's true. So applicants don't have to turn in all the agreements as part of their application, but FAA can request that if we need it.
And that's actually an increased flexibility over the legacy regulations, because the legacy regulations required some of these agreements specifically as part of the application.
Okay, we've got another question coming in, and this one I think is pretty general just to the licensing authority in general. And it says, if you have a hybrid air launch type system allowing flexibility to launch anywhere in the world, how does the license apply? And I think that kind of goes back to our licensing authority, and I think it's 413 that specifies who requires a license. Phil or Randy, did you want to
I
take that?
can answer that. A U.S. citizen or thereby a U.S. company launching anywhere in the world needs a license. A foreign operator launching from the United States needs a license.
Yeah, so any operator in the US that could fly its vehicle anywhere in the world, and we've had hybrid systems that have flown from outside of the country, they would require a license. The beauty of Part 450 is that once you get a license for one site, you can modify it to add these additional sites. And of course, there's the additional work needed for each site, such as your safety analyses and environmental and your agreements for those additional sites. But the whole point of 450 is you can have one license and keep modifying it for the entire program. Okay, I'm getting a note that to clarify that this actually stems from the Title 51 authorities. So yeah, I think that's part of our statutory authority. It's a requirement for the FAA to license U.S. operators no matter where they are in the world. All right, we have 4 minutes left in this Q&A session. If you have other questions, please type them in. We're lucky we have Randy on this session, so he can probably answer questions in any section. Okay, otherwise we will break. If we don't get any more questions in the next minute, we're going to break until 3:35 p.m. and then we'll pick it back up with the crosswalk mapping for legacy operators. Okay, I don't see any more. Oh wait, there's one more question here. So I think there's a question here about, and I can take this one, the preamble to the regulation, and it may have been something else, and where is that located? So we can definitely paste into the chat. We have, when you're in the rulemaking process, we have a docket, and the docket's going to contain a number of items that we've referenced, but one of them is the NPRM, the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, and that includes a copy of the rule as we proposed it, and a lot of the rationale that outlines why we proposed what we did. And that discussion that's attached to the front of the rule is called our preamble. Then we have also, we mentioned some of our guidance materials. We mentioned some for the toxics, the Eagles and Spiegels, Eagles and Spiegels. Those types of documents are also in our docket. So we will definitely send you a copy of the docket link. Unfortunately, our final rule is not in the docket yet until it's published in the Federal Register. Then we'll place a copy of that in our docket. So there's a question here, if we can briefly explain what the crosswalk mapping discussion is going to be about. And I'd be happy to, or Randy, if you'd like to.
No, go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, so, we wanted to make the transition for our existing operators, both legacy, existing licensed operators, and the companies who have been really invested in our pre-application consultation process. We wanted to create a way for them to very easily take a look at what they've done and what they've submitted and compare it to Part 450. So we've created a couple tools or templates, essentially putting side by side our ELV regulations with 450 and our RLV and reentry regulations with 450 and how they match up. Because we really want operators to be able to utilize some of the existing information they put together for their application to transfer directly into 450. When we've designed Part 450, we have incorporated hazard control strategies from both the ELV side and the RLV side, so that much of the work, and we're hoping, very, very high percentage of the work will all transfer directly into 450. But what the tools are going to do is they're going to highlight if there's any areas where we might need additional data. And the idea is we wanted to introduce this group to these, the crosswalk mapping sheet, and then we're going to be meeting with companies on an individual basis to walk through their specific situation and talk specifically about what might be additionally required and whether or not what they've done provides an equivalent level of safety or other things like that. Did you want to add anything to that, Randy?
Nope, that's correct.
Okay, so I think there's no more questions coming in, so we will go ahead and break, and we will come back at 3:35, and we will go over those crosswalk tools. Okay, everyone, I want to welcome folks back. We have covered a lot of ground over the past 3 days. We've given you a full briefing of Part 450, which hopefully will enable you to go, and when you're reading the final rule and preamble, to give you a lot of context to fully understand it as you read through that. Our next session, we are going to be talking about a crosswalk mapping for legacy operators, and that's going to be comparing our legacy regulations to Part 450. Ken Wong is going to lead us through that. Ken, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so first of all, the crosswalk. So what is the crosswalk? So basically, the crosswalk identifies both similar and differences between Part 450 and the legacy parts. So in the past few days, when we've been using the term legacy parts, we've been talking the Part 415, the 417, 431, and 35. So basically, what we've done is we're trying to assess operators to transition to Part 450. Even though we have developed this crosswalk, operators are encouraged to read Part 450, the Part 450 regulations, okay? And the reason is to identify areas where there's greater flexibility compared to the more prescriptive requirements under the legacies, especially compared to Part 415, 417. So the other caveat is that we believe that many of the previously submitted materials will satisfy Part 450 requirements. In other words, the application material that the legacy operators today who hold active launch and reentry licenses, we believe a lot of that application material will satisfy the Part 450 requirements. However, we do say operators should not assume submission of previous material will in all cases meet the new Part 450 requirements. Okay. And we also say that under the preamble of the final rule, it says FAA anticipates that there will be few, if any, additional requirements that will not be fulfilled by previously submitted information. Okay, because we know there are a lot of legacy operators today that hold active launch licenses. They're wondering, should they continue to operate under their legacy licenses, or should they transition to Part 450? And there are cases where the legacy operators are in pre-application consultation who are interested in applying for a new license in the future, and they're wondering, should they apply under the legacy parts or under Part 450? So part of the presentation today here is try to provide some guidance on those different options, okay? The next thing I want to do is, next slide please, is the live demo. So hopefully everyone can see this. This is the crosswalking mapping of parts 415, 417, 431, and 435 to Part 450. It's on our website today, basically on pretty much the page where you go to register for this workshop. So what I'm going to do is just run through briefly what this crosswalk does and how potentially an operator or an applicant can use it. The first thing I want to go over here is, so what I've done here is I've just highlighted in red to make it easier when I go through the presentation. The first thing I want to note here is highlighted in red is that during the crosswalk, when I mention under 435 is the requirements to get a reentry license. But the regulations for Part 435 references Part 431, which is for ROV mission licenses. So what I'm trying to say is under the crosswalk table, the column that deals with Part 435, it will reference Part 431 requirements in many cases. And the reason being is because 435 references the safety requirements under 431 as being applicable. And also some of the post-licensing requirements under 431 are also applicable to 435. Okay, so the way the crosswalk table, and this took a lot of time just to prepare this and to do the crosswalk, we actually have a lot more detailed crosswalk. And perhaps in the future, we will provide a more detailed crosswalk to industry in the future. But as of today, this is what we have to share with the industry. So the way the table is structured is on the far left-hand column, it lists the top headings of the regulations of Part 450. And then the next columns are 431, 435, and 415, okay? In the future, what we're thinking of doing is we'll have another column then specifically identifies or if there's any major differences. But as of today, this is what we have. So what we've done here is, and what I'm going to do is, obviously, I'm not going to go through every regulation. That would take forever. But I'm just going to highlight a few, okay? So the way we're looking at it is this. When you look at what's published on our website, the first thing, it's pretty daunting. Someone says there are 700 some pages of preamble text and reg text, okay? So when you look at that, it looks very daunting. But if you look at the way the rule is structured, okay, it's basically just 4 subparts, okay? Subpart A is the general information. Subpart B is, in essence, is the requirements for obtaining a vehicle operator's license. Subpart C is the big part, which is the safety review part, which we've gone over, especially yesterday. And then subpart D is basically post-licensing. If someone receives a license from us, there are some post-flight requirements and pre-flight reporting requirements, okay? So in essence, what I'm trying to say is despite on our webpage, the 700 some pages, if you really break it down into the subparts and with this crosswalk, it's less daunting. And then for the legacy operators, hopefully you can see that the structure is really not that different from the legacy parts. The difference is being this rule here, Part 450, is a lot more streamlined, less prescriptive, and more clear in certain areas. And that's some of the stuff I'm going to go through. Okay. So the first thing here is, I just highlighted one here, 450.1 applicability. No magic here. Okay. Legacy licenses have the same scope and applicability. The only difference I highlighted here is, just as a reminder, even the legacy operators, there are 2 sections that even a legacy operator will have to comply with once Part 450 becomes effective, and that deals with the COLA and the critical asset protection, okay? Rest of the other stuff, duration of a vehicle operator license under 450.7. No magic here either. It just clarifies it's good for potentially 5 years and you can renew it. Okay, under the legacy licenses, under the ROV, it's good for 2 years. Under the same thing for reentry, and then for our EOV, it's good for 5 years. Okay, but the benefit of the Part 450 vehicle operators license, unlike the EOV licenses, it can cover launches under a single license from multiple sites versus today under the EOV licenses. It's only good each separate license for a particular launch site. Okay, so I'm going to move fairly quickly down. Okay, so we already addressed subpart A. Now subpart B, as I discussed, now deals with what are the requirements to obtain a vehicle operator's license. Okay, so same thing here. Under the legacy parts, same thing. Similar requirements under 431, 435, 415. Same thing, you need a policy, you need a safety approval, you need a payload determination, there's financial responsibility requirements, NPL, and then there's environmental. Nothing different under the 450. And the thing I will add is, and I'll stress again, and I highlighted in red, under 450.31 D Delta, an applicant may reference materials previously provided as part of a license application in order to meet the requirements of this part. So what I'm trying to say is, if one were to transition to apply under 450 for vehicle operator's license, per this provision here, an applicant may reference previously application material, but obviously it has to be applicable, okay? And then continuing on, as you can see in the table, I'm not gonna go through everything. I just highlighted in red, incremental review. When you go under 431, 435, 415, you're not gonna see a similar regulatory requirement because it's a new option, it's a new flexibility under 450. Means and compliance, we talked a lot about that. Yes, that is a new requirement under 450.35, where there's 5 sections that we talked about that before the FAA will formally accept a vehicle license application as complete enough to initiate the formal statutory 180-day review, we have to have accepted the means of compliance for those 5 sections. So that is different under 450. Equivalent level of safety we talked about the other day. That provision still is retained under 450. And under the legacy parts today, same thing, equivalent level of safety is there. So during the transition of 450, equivalent level of safety is an option, and also waivers, obviously. Okay, next thing I'm going to move fairly quickly. Okay, we're still under the safety review under 450.45. Okay, it talks about under a safety review, what do you need? And then there's comparable sections under the legacy parts. Human space flight is covered also under the safety review. If there's humans on board, crew and space flights, 450.45 has basically the same human space flight requirements. We have not changed the human space flight requirements, which basically are under Part 460. But one of the key things I do want to mention under 450.45 is this provision B, Bravo. Okay, what does that requirement says? It says services or property provided by a federal launch or reentry site. The FAA will accept any safety-related launch or reentry service or property provided by a federal launch or reentry site or other federal entity by contract, as long as the FAA determines that the launch or reentry services or property provided satisfy this part. And the reason I highlighted this is, again, based on the 3 days, a common theme, a lot of questions, a lot of angst is this concern about duplicative requirements. For instance, if as an example, if the Air Force has performed a flight safety analysis, an operator is contracted with the Air Force to perform a flight safety analysis. Will the FAA accept that flight safety analysis? Or are there additional requirements that the FAA will require? So what I'm trying to say is the best is look at 450.45. That's the answer, okay? If we have, as long as there's a contract and as long as the FAA is determined that the launch or reentry services satisfy this part. So yes, I'll just give you an example, like launches from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. We work closely through the Common Standards Working Group, our staff, subject matter experts, flight safety analysts work closely with the 45th Space Wing, okay, on flight safety analysis, assumptions, probability of failures, okay? So in general, yes, if someone is contracted with the Air Force on flight safety analysis, in general, it should be acceptable to meet our requirements. I can't say for every single one, but in general, okay? So then that begs a lot of questions sometime is, okay, if an operator has contracted with the range for flight safety analysis, why does the FAA sometimes still require early upfront additional flight safety analysis application material? And I'll try to answer that. The reason being is the FAA also has the responsibility to perform an MPL analysis. the maximum probable loss analysis associated with, in the event there's a mishap or something, for liability purposes, such as for financial responsibility, how much insurance, for example, would be required. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, because we get this question a lot, yes, we can accept a flight safety analysis that the Air Force has done, yes. But at the same time, the FAA, has to come up with the MPL determination. But unfortunately, a lot of the information for our analysts to determine the MPL value requires a lot of the information that is needed to perform a flight safety analysis. Okay, so sometimes it looks like we're duplicating or asking for the same information for a flight safety analysis. So I just wanted to explain that's why we're not trying to duplicate it, but a lot of that information. Having said that, in the future, one of the things we have been looking at, we don't have the answer yet, is we are going to try to streamline the MPL determination, our process. The other thing is we could always set a higher MPL value to be conservative and not really calculate in depth. But then that may potentially overburden the industry or the operator. Okay. All right. The other things have to move fairly quickly because as you can see, I could go on forever and ever. And the details, we can have separate sections with the actual legacy operators, those who actually have active licenses. Thing here, I'm just highlighting 450.101. If I recall correctly, yesterday, Paul Weil went in detail. But yes, under 101, under 450, there are some new requirements. But at the same time, there's new flexibilities. Neighboring ops, we're separating it out of from the normal members of the public, different risk criteria. The collective risk, we're allowing under Part 450 to be included under ships, waterborne vessels, okay? And those are some of the flexibilities. Okay, I'm gonna move pretty fast now. Flight aboard, and for those under Part 431 currently today and 435, under the crosswalk table, anytime we go into flight aboard or flight safety analysis under the Part 450 requirement, there'll be a standard thing says, for instance here, flight aboard is not mentioned explicitly in Part 431, but may be derived as a hazard control to meet 431.35. That's going to be a common theme throughout. On the other hand, those specific requirements, like flight aboard, flight safety system, flight safety analysis, the prescriptive requirements under Part 415, 417, we have a corresponding requirement, okay? So I'm not gonna go through, I'm just gonna go real quick. Same as flight safety analysis methods. There's no explicit methods for flight safety analysis under the 431, 435, okay? All these other flight safety analysis requirements, yes, if you map it under the prescriptive 415, 417 for ELVs, you'll find debris analysis, population exposure, probability of failure. Yes, you will get a fairly good map, okay? Now, and some of the prescribed hazard controls, like computing systems, software safety, same thing. If you mapped it under 431, no, you're not going to get an explicit computing system safety requirement or software. However, we would expect it to be addressed under the system safety process under 431 versus the 415, 417. Yes, there are computing system and software requirements. Okay, I think that's, and I could go on and on and on. Lightning, same thing. You're not going to find any specific lightning requirement under 431.35. Yes, you will find it under Part 417. Okay, so I've pretty much gone over, and then ground safety, as we mentioned earlier in the earlier sessions. Ground safety, you're not going to find explicit ground safety requirements under 431, 435, but we do expect them to be addressed under the system safety process. On the other hand, 417 is very prescriptive. 415, 417 on ground safety, very prescriptive. But as I mentioned earlier today, one of the differences, we do have a qualitative threshold for the ground safety hazards, the remote and the extremely remote, which we discussed earlier. Okay. And then the last section, or the last subpart of Part 450, is Part D, which is terms and conditions if someone were to receive a vehicle operator's license. And those requirements, the headings are pretty similar to the legacy thing. There are some differences under pre-flight reporting, okay? And I just highlighted here in red some of the differences in the pre-flight. Under 450, we require an operator to submit updated flight abort and flight safety analysis products using methodologies previously approved by the FAA, and then there's certain time frame associated with those. We do that. It's pretty common under for the EOVs for the Part 415, 417. And also post-flight reporting that we discussed earlier. Under 450, we require an operator to provide the actual trajectory flown by the vehicle if requested by the FAA. So that is a different new requirement. All the other stuff, registration objects, records. So what I'm trying to say is I went through this fairly quickly, and I'm gonna, if Tara, if you can stop sharing, if you can get back to the slides. Okay, next slide, please. So what I've done is just basically gone over quickly what the crosswalk is. The next thing I'm going to do is just talk overall in the comparison of the Part 450 with the legacy parts, okay, on a top level, okay. So what we talked about now is, the next thing I want to talk about is what are the specific options, okay. Some of this may be review, but I think it's important. So right now, if you're a legacy operator holding an active license under for an EOV launch or or for an ROV mission or for a reentry. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, the COLA and critical asset, you're going to have to follow it once Part 450 becomes effective. But in terms of continuing to operate under the legacy parts, a legacy operator has the option to continue to operating it for 5 years once Part 450 becomes effective. And it can be renewed. But depending on the timing of the renewal, if a legacy operator were to renew its license, the time remaining cannot exceed the end of the 5 year. And then we talked about the other day about modifying a legacy license, okay? And we said that the FAA will assess on a case-by-case basis on whether or not that license mod will have to comply with Part 450. The thing I would say is, by default, we're not going to say any license mod to a legacy license is going to have to follow a Part 450. We will look at the complexity, how much of it is it a major license mod? Is it almost like applying for a new license or because it's a new vehicle, different launch site? Those are things we would look at it. But in general, if it's a minor license mod, the default is not just to say, well, we're going to make you have to mod it to Part 450. Okay, next chart, please. Okay, so we talked about for someone having an active legacy license. However, right now, today, in the pipeline, some applicants have a license application currently under review by the FAA, okay? And those license applications that have been submitted were based on the legacy parts 415, 417, 431, or 435. So those currently in the queue who have a license application that has been accepted by the FAA, they may continue the process applying for the license as they await the license determination from the FAA. Okay. The other thing is there are also prospective applications currently under the pre-application consultation phase. In other words, applicants, which include legacy operators who have been in discussions with the FAA, they have active licenses with the FAA, but they are thinking about applying for additional licenses from other sites, launches from other sites. So what I'm saying here in this chart is they have basically two options. They may continue to apply for a license under the legacy parts. And as we discussed earlier, applicants, as long as we accept, the FAA accepts a license application as complete enough, no later than 90 days after the effective date of Part 450, an applicant may continue to apply for a license under the legacy parts. Okay. Or an applicant may decide even though they've been spending a lot of time under the current regulations, legacy parts, that they may continue, but they may decide, after looking at Part 450, it's not that bad, and there's a lot more flexibility. I may want to apply under Part 450. And that is what we are encouraging, okay? Not mandatory, but encouraging. And part of the reason being is because of the flexibilities which we have discussed over the last 3 days. It's more streamlined, it's more clear. Next chart, please. Okay, the next few things is, there's no reason I have to go through in detail. Everyone has heard about it in the last 3 days, but I just leave it here. When you have a chance, just look at the overall comparison. Okay, we talked about 450, basically consolidating, updating, streamlining. Okay, the legacy regulations, you have to understand, is based on regulations that were developed basically 20 years ago. Okay, both the Part 431 and 435 and the 415, 417. I was looking at it this morning. They basically were developed about 20 years ago. Okay, the Part 415, 417 were basically based on heavily on prescriptive flight abort, flight safety system, having a reliable flight safety system, launching over the coast, okay? Part 431, 435 is basically based on deriving hazard controls based on a system safety process. Next chart, please. Next chart, please. Can you go back the prior one? Sorry. Okay. So what we're trying to convey here is, what we're basically trying to do is, from the legacy parts, we're trying to filter and take the best elements out of the 4 legacy parts, and comes out Part 450. That's what we were trying to do. Take the best parts of the legacy parts and include those into Part 450, and then whatever, and even make it better. That's what we're trying to do. Next chart, please. This here is also what we're trying to do. And I tried to show in this chart the size. Okay, parts 415 and 417 are a lot more prescriptive. So it's a lot. So I tried to show in the picture. So size-wise, reg text, yes, 415, 417, there's a lot more requirements. Part 450 is, yes, there's more reg text than parts 431 and 435. So I tried to show that, yeah, it's a little bit larger. But why is it a little bit larger? It adds clarity to a lot of the part 431 and 435. As I discussed early under the crosswalk, if you go to the crosswalk, a lot of parts, flight abort, flight safety analysis, a lot of the stuff you'll see not explicit under 431, 435, maybe derived under 431.35, and a lot of that. So the part 450 is trying to show some clarity. Next chart, please. This chart we talked about, the commonality. As I mentioned earlier, when I first looked at the Part 450, I said, how can we, not only do we want the industry to have a good understand and easily to be able to understand the Part 450 requirements, it's also meant for our staff members, because our staff members are the ones who are going to be engaging with industry. So as I mentioned earlier, the 5 major components haven't changed: the policy review, the payload review, safety review, MPL, environmental. Those components still are retained. Okay, the difference is in the safety review, the detail being flexible in acceptable means and compliance. Next chart, please.
I just wanted to give you a 5-minute warning.
Yep, I'm gonna go real fast. Here's just more overall comparison on the flexibility and everything. Next chart, please. Here is just, I don't expect everyone to read it, but just gives you an example how the crosswalk works, okay? Here on the right-hand side is the Part 450 flight safety analysis. And on the left-hand side is basically the flight safety analysis requirements. And you can see it pretty much maps well with the Part 450. However, terminology like overflight gate, we don't use that terminology under Part 450. However, those objectives are covered under 450.108 under the flight safety limit objectives. And then I have down here on the chart 431 is not specific on flight safety analysis. Next chart, please. Here are the safety criteria. We already talked about that earlier. So the core safety requirement, the individual risks, the collective risks, between the legacy regulations and the Part 450, the core requirements, the safety risk requirements, haven't really changed: individual risks and collective risks. The thing that did change is we carved out the neighboring ops for less stringent requirements for flight. And I've already mentioned about the waterborne vessels. Next chart, please. Here is just more overall comparison. You can read it on your leisure. Next chart, please. Okay, and the next are just some flexibilities and efficiencies. We talked about it. The vehicle operator's license, you can be authorized to launch a family of vehicles from multiple sites. The incremental review, the safety element approval may be submitted application in conjunction with a vehicle operator's license. Next chart, please. And we already discussed these other flexibles and efficiencies. Next chart, please. And we talked about the other day, under Part 450, we no longer have this one size fits all for the flight safety requirements. So what I'm trying to do in these charts for those applicants or operators who are thinking, should I continue to go operate under Part 4 under the legacy parts, or should I transition and apply under Part 450? What I'm trying to do here is just to put it out here as the flexibilities, the efficiencies that are gained if one were to go under 450. Go. Next chart, please. From an operations standpoint, these are some of the efficiencies. Under Part 450, we no longer going to require upfront in the license application the name of a safety official. We've heard it from operators because a lot of time the safety official, they don't know the exact person, their name right up front. And then later on, it creates problems during a launch campaign when the applicant changes the safety official. The requirement to conduct a launch readiness review 48 hours before flight. That's always been an issue. There are some operators who say, under today, I may conduct a launch readiness review, let's say 50 hours, 60 hours earlier, okay? And then it doesn't comply with the 48-hour requirement. So that's another, it's just an example of an efficiency where we no longer, we're gonna make it performance-based. Next chart, please. And there's other efficiencies that we have already discussed here. And next chart. Next chart. And here, basically just trying to show, although there's a few additional requirements dealing with conditional EASA, dealing with critical assets, critical payloads. However, as we discussed earlier, critical assets, critical payloads analysis, and those will be performed by the US government. So we believe that whatever these benefits outweigh any of these small additional requirements. Next chart. And basically that's the summary. And I covered basically the summary. Bottom line is we believe the Part 450 is a lot more streamlined, flexible, allows flexible means of compliance. Therefore, hopefully based on the presentations, when applicants trying to decide whether to go towards transition to 450 or continue to operate under the legacies, hopefully we have conveyed or showed the benefits and why transitioning to Part 450 can be achieved in an efficient manner. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Ken. And I wanted to take a minute while we're waiting for questions to come in to remind folks that, we've covered a lot of ground here. And if you have questions, the crosswalk really covers all the regulations in 450. So any final questions, this is our last Q&A session. And also, if you have any feedback for us for future workshops, please feel free to reach out. We're going to be trying to do these workshops once a quarter. So probably in the next 3 months or so, we'll have another. And we'd love your feedback. So, and I think at the end, we're going to have some email addresses for you to be able to contact us afterwards if you have questions later. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the questions. The first question up is, can a legacy operator submit a new license application for the same vehicle from the same range after Part 450 becomes effective, or should it be handled as a modification to the current application? So I think they're talking about with an existing operator, do they have to apply for a Part 450 license as a new license application in order to transition to 450? Ken, do you want to take that?
Yes. So if I understood the question is, if someone currently holds an active license under the legacy parts, do they have to apply for a license, new license to operate under Part 450? Yes, they would have to apply for a new license under Part 450 for a vehicle operator's license. However, as I showed earlier, under that requirement, when they apply for a new license under Part 450, if there are any applicable license material that they use for their legacy application, if it's applicable, they may reference that in their new application. And that's where it simplifies the process.
Yeah, and I think a good point would be to go back to some of those tools that we also put up, the compliance, the application compliance checklist that Annette showed us on day, showing how you're going to do compliance between, your current license application to 450. We're going to try to make that as seamless as possible, but it is a new application. So Ken, somebody has a question. Going back to earlier today, Ken answered that 431 programs would have a compliance period. For clarity, if a program knows that applications will take place inside the 450 timeframe, does the company have to go back and pre-fill all of the pre-app documentation?
No. If I understand the question correctly, is assuming that someone has submitted a license application to us today, and we have accepted that application as complete enough, as today. We already accepted it, okay? That's why I said earlier on, they have the option to continue the process. We have accepted the application. So what the FAA is doing today is we're evaluating that license application. For instance, if it's under 431, we are evaluating it right now as of today. And within the 180 days, we will make a determination on whether or not to issue that license based on the legacy requirements. The one caveat would be that, as I mentioned earlier, if later on we do issue a license for under Part 431, the COLA and critical asset requirements will have to be met. Those two requirements will have to be met even for legacy operator, but the rest of the stuff can be under the legacy.
Okay. Are there other questions coming in? Please get those in. Randy, there's a question that's queued up here as to the reasons why non-duplication of ground safety is identified, but not flight safety.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but
I think the U.S. government's goal is to not have duplication, and there's a number of efforts that I think are still underway to try to accomplish that. But we have built into the rule the non-duplication for ground safety by accepting the services for federal sites and also for ground safety.
So while we wait, one thing I just want to add, we are very committed in working with industry and making this Part 450 as efficient and effective. So that's why we have spent so much time in trying to come up with these templates, these checklists, because we are committed. Okay, it's a new rule, new part. We're trying to make the transition as simple as possible. That's why we have spent so much time. This is because if you look at it, there was so much time and effort just alone to develop the rule, okay? If you look at the life of it, I was looking at, as I mentioned earlier, 20 years ago, the Part 415, 417 rule being developed, okay? It was like back in the 2000, or even maybe before that, in trying to draft the NPRM. And then it was not a final rule till 2006, several years later. So if you really look at it from the NPRM in April to this final rule, which we're waiting until to be published, it's really a short time span. So in addition to developing the rule, we put a lot of resources also in preparing this training and also these templates, checklists to help industry. So I think that's an important message.
Yeah, I think, it is pretty remarkable, but it's not only the kudos to the FAA. We've had a lot of our government partners, industry, provided a tremendous amount of feedback to make the rule so much better from NPRM to final rule. And then the ARC activity in the beginning of the process. And as Ken mentioned, in 2 years or 2.5 years is what would normally take 5 to 7 years. And we have put in quite an effort to try to get these templates and efforts for folks to help them transition. We do think this is a good rule. It really is kind of combining the best of 431 and 417 and 415. So I don't think we have any other questions coming up, but we'll give folks a few minutes. This is the end of the workshop. We're really happy that folks were able to stick with us for 3 full days. A lot of information to unpack, and hopefully this gives everybody a great foundation for going in and reading that final rule and the preamble. When we have a rulemaking and we get comments, we have to disposition every comment. So there's a lot of really good data in the preamble, and I highly recommend reading it. We have a question here coming in. So question number 1, did I understand it correctly that if an operator currently has a license under the legacy license regulations, they must go through the application process to fall under Part 450? The alternative would be to update their current license application as a continuing accuracy / modification to comply with Part 450. Ken, I'll give you that first part because this is directly applicable to the crosswalk.
Okay, this is, let me see. Is this talking about sort of like a license modification under a current legacy license?
It's that same question again. He wanted to make sure he understood us correctly, that when you want to transition to 450, you are putting together another application to be your Part 450 application. And
yes.
you can use all of your information and reference it, but we need to know that, what constitutes the application under Part 450. Go ahead, Ken.
Yes, okay, so yes, if someone has a current legacy license, like under 415, 417, we'll just use that in example. If all of a sudden now they say to the FAA, I want a vehicle operator's license under Part 450. I want to be able to take advantage of all the flexibilities, the benefits under Part 450. Yes, to be able to get all those benefits, flexibilities, yes, that operator who has a license under 415, 417 would have to apply for a new vehicle operator's license under Part 450 to get all the flexibilities and the benefits. But as we mentioned earlier, all the application material that was used to obtain the legacy license if that material is applicable and will meet the Part 450 requirements, you can reference that in your new license application.
Yeah, and I think our goal, going back to Ken, you reiterated this before, but I'll just build upon it. Our goal is to make that transition as seamless as possible, kind of as painless as possible, by working with companies to do that. So yes, there will be a new application, but I do not think it's going to be as hard to do as your initial application, because it's using many of the same things you've already put together.
Because the thing to think about it, at the end of the day, really primarily it's safety of the public, safety of property not associated with the launch. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, our core safety requirements, individual risks, collective risks, we have not really changed it under Part 450. We relaxed a little for neighboring ops for flight, but other than that, the core safety risk requirements have not really changed.
Good point. And I know there's been a couple questions that have come in regarding how do we schedule one-on-ones. We're going to cover that in just a few minutes. There was also a question here about, while an operator, if there's a legacy operator, they've put in their Part 450 application. Okay, sorry, my question disappeared for a minute. While they're waiting for that determination on Part 450, can they continue to launch under their legacy license? And yes, I think the answer is absolutely yes. The legacy licenses are good. Of course, you have to keep them up to date, continuing accuracy, renewals, that sort of thing. But the transition is not required until 5 years. So until you surrender that license, you are welcome to use that legacy license as long as you're keeping it up to date. Okay, any other questions? So keep in mind, you are always welcome to continue to submit questions. We're going to have some closing remarks here by Randy, and he's going to provide some information with myself and Ken Wong's email addresses. So if you want to schedule those meetings, you'll have that data available in just a few minutes. And if you have additional questions on 450, feel free to reach out. So, oh, wait, one last question before we go to the closing remarks. During the transition from a 417 license to a 450 license, what do you foresee it as an expected review time? Is it the standard 180 days? Randy, did you want to talk to that one, or Ken?
Yeah, I think so. We have our statutory 180 days, but as Ken mentioned, if you're going from a 417 license to a Part 450 license, and a lot of the material that you've already done is applicable to 450, and we would hope to do that faster than 180 days. So yes, we legally have 180 days to make a determination, but we would hope to do that quicker if we can.
Okay, and just a note, all these sessions have been recorded. It might take us a little bit to go through the recordings, and we're going to parse them out by section so that it'll be easier for folks to find information or view the small sections that they want to view. But we will be emailing out to the group who have registered for this workshop to let them know when it's available on the website. And I think that's probably, I don't see any more questions coming in. So we will go ahead and Randy, over to you for some closing remarks. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you. And can you go to the next slide, please? So I do want to thank everybody for their participation. I know our team put a lot of effort into this workshop, and we really, truly, sincerely hope it was worthwhile for you. I also do want to thank the ASD team, particularly Michelle Murray. There was some talk around the office, the virtual office, that if she ever wanted to do something other than engineering, she could be a great Masters of Ceremonies. So thank you very much, Michelle. You can take the weekend off. as we mentioned earlier in the first part of the workshop, all the questions that you've asked, we will give written responses, and we'll put them both on the website, and I suspect we'll be able to give all the attendees a copy of all the questions and answers. So we do appreciate all the questions, and we'll get you written questions or written answers after the workshop. So we very much look forward to the individual sessions with companies. Like I mentioned in the first part of the workshop, we really haven't been able to have much give and take since the ARC back in the spring of 2018. So we look forward to finally sitting down with each operator and kind of talking about their programs and how we can make 450 work for them. So what we'd like you to do, if you haven't already done it, you can schedule your session by either talking to your FAA point of contact. If you already have a license or you're in pre-application consultation, you probably already have a point of contact. So just contact that person and try to schedule your individual session. If you don't have a point of contact, you can email either Michelle Murray or Ken Wong, or preferably email both of them, and we'll definitely schedule you that way. So we mentioned that we'll probably do another workshop every 3 months or so for the next year, and so we'll let you know when that's scheduled. We'll probably do a blast email to the folks that registered for this workshop. I doubt it'll be a 3-day workshop. We'll probably have a 1-day workshop on some new items. And that is about it. I appreciate you attending. This concludes the workshop, and have a great weekend, everybody.
And Tom, if you could just go back one chart, we did have a couple questions from folks who were asking, I still can't find the Part 450 website. So here's where it is again. When you go to space.gov, that little area that I circled in red, that is the Part 450 website, streamlining licensing process. So, all right, folks, take care.